mashing the big button and drinking coffee.
Is that your plan for the day, Bacon? Well, cheers to you and thank you. Even if one of those did scare the hot heck out of me.
You're right.
But no, thank you for the, was it 300 total? Lizzie, good morning to you. Watto friend, hello, hello. And Stephen, welcome. Watto friend. Oh, how are you doing, you lovely Mother Hubbards? Been catching up on this morning's hot sheets. Nothing drastic, but this is gonna be a week. Like, but this is gonna be a whole ass week. Like, between FOE 3 and everything popping off, like, just brace yourself, friends. We're going in. Well, Alice, I hope it's not too much of a week, but it's good to see you. Sorry, Alnus, Stepagen. I said hi to Stepagen. Wow, I'm coffee. Why aren't you doing your job? J-Post. Good morning, friends. Watto and welcome. Oh, wow, Chorus, yeah, you're right. Dinobot's back to pulling its weight again. Lovely. And it does at least get some interesting still shots. And Kymble, hello. Fearless Watto friend, hello, hello. Sorry, and Chorus, Watto and welcome. We get my proper greetings in. Oh, shit. Friends, according to Chorus, 19.4 is $6 on Humble. Like, I know a few friendos who couldn't play it because working in network security meant it was a little too close to home. But it's definitely one of the best puzzle games that I've played in ages.
Reactor online.
Hey.
Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
What ho? Subiversary time. I'm seeing double 4,444.
Got like a nice little 444 grid. Sorry, Wraith. No, seriously. Thank you for 44 months. I'm getting to the point now where I'm starting to lose how to comprehend how much time that is. You know? You know, that's 4 years. No, it's not quite 4. See? Maths was a great trick played on us by the universe. Our fleshy meat mechs were never meant to make numbers out of nothing.
Okay, so my overall impression's obviously kind of weird, but is it a bad thing?
What is time but a miserable pile of seconds? No, that's too chill. Oh. And Catastros, how are you doing, friend? Watto and welcome! Come on in, friends, come on in. Yeah, I hope you're all having yourself a splendid start to your week. I need to be banned from the DAL-E Mini. I have been creating some absolute horrors with AI generation. Kymble's updated the Stanley Parable spreadsheet. Lovely. So when we get stuck into the game, we can actually... We can work through them proper.
There's something I need to know. And your answer means everything. So please, tell me.
Yeah, I've got to admit, Lizzie, when I put Saving Private Ryan with Muppets into the AI generator and it gave me those incredible images, I knew I was onto something special. Yay! And Catastros, congratulations on that. That's a huge undertaking. But good on you, friend. Well, so, Wraith, in games industry circles, I got to meet a lovely individual, Star Saint Germain. And Star basically won at Lockdown Hobbies. So, as I'm sure you've seen by the myriad of tiny robots behind me, my Lockdown hobby has been building Gundams. I love doing it, and I need to kick my ass into gear because G3 is coming. I've got like
Reactor online.
2 weeks.
Sensors online.
Ish.
Weapons online.
Slightly
All
less.
systems nominal.
AI isn't worth it unless you make wonderfully horrifying stuff.
See, Immortal Len, you get me. But also, sorry, Immortal Len, thank you for 9 months. That's fucking cool of you, alright? Come on in. Anyway, so we're in like a big like Zoom drink and hangout session. We get talking about what our lockdown hobbies have been and what we're doing. And Star's like, oh, I've been training AI, and I'm like, what? And it turns out Star had been now. Don't quote me on this, friends, because there's very specific ways of these like images generated through AI. There's very specific kinds and how they are trained and how they learn. So, again, don't take this as gospel. But it was a fascinating thing to find out about. That basically the different variations are ones where the AI can be at odds with itself, and it's the differentiation that creates. Hey!
Humble store purchase made for $5.99.
Considering the post above, I'll guess that's 19.4, and whoever picked that up, you are in for such a good time. I can't. Yeah, this is a fucking cool shirt. Nap time. It was a gift from a very cool person. Dory Quinn, what ho, friend? Wolfgrad, I tried The Muppets Do a War Crime, and it was literally just scenes from The Muppets, so I think there's more to The Muppet Show than we know. But yeah, so Star Saint Germain introduced me to a lot of these like image generating AI setups, including ones that could differentiate art style. So you could give it a thing, but then you could say in the style of, which is when it became fascinating. So the one that I wish I'd never asked for, because now it haunts my nightmares, was Junji Ito. What was it? A bake sale in the style of Junji Ito. If you're unfamiliar, that's the probably mispronunciation of the gentleman who wrote Uzumaki. You've no doubt seen his horrifying work. Anyway, turns out, lovely, happy person. So, you might have seen on social media over the last couple of days, DALL-E Mini has dropped. So, the DALL-E is an image generation AI. I don't know the specifics of how it does it. You'd have to ask someone who understands AI better than I do. But the DALL-E Mini is like a little just play with it in your browser kind, where just enter a phrase and it will generate 9 images based on that prompt. And it has been nothing but gold dust. And Imperios, what ho, friend? Hello, hello. Sorry, Down Under Dwarf. And every time we try and sneak in, and every time I'm like, look, there's the dwarf coming in! Everyone say hello to Down Under Dwarf! Thus, defeating the purpose of sneaking in. Vanderbeest, what ho, friend? Immortal N, I can drop a link to the generator, but I'm not leaving it up. I'm not leaving it up because otherwise I'll start creating... Okay, maybe we can run a couple of ideas. But yeah, if you head on over to like the meme sphere on Discord, or just look on social media, you'll see some absolute bangers. The ones that have C222 went on a Tom Cruise spree with the absolute gold dust. You know what? I'm just gonna feckin' show you on screen, friends. I'm just gonna show you on screen. Main screen online. This is Tom Cruise X2, published by Square Enix. And it's brilliantly haunting. It's brilliantly haunting. Immortal N says why. That's the problem, Immortal N. The question is not why, but why not? Although the brilliant ones, going back to some of C222's other weirdly Tom Cruise themed, what if Tom Cruise on the GameCube? What if Tom Cruise on PS2? Like, there's so much you can do with this. I don't want to show you the Tom Cruise mukbang, because frankly, that's going to haunt me for a long time. And Navalis, okay, Navalis, when they show up, we will be interrogating them, because they put in Mr. Blobby with a sniper rifle, and I could live my whole fucking life without this. So there have been some absolute bangers and some absolute horrors. I still feel bad about my one, which was Saving Private Ryan with Muppets, and it's too good. Like, it's upsettingly good. J-Po says, so today is Nightmare Show and Tell. I'm like, it's really tempting to take suggestions from you all, but that's going to take us down a dark path. No one needs. However, if you ever play around with it in your time, one thing that's fascinating is generating game ideas. Like, put a game idea into DAL-E and see what comes out of it. Yeah, down under dwarf, saving Private Elmo. Alna's made something cursed. Well, throw it in the meme sphere. That's what... Oh, sorry. I've made several cursed things. Okay. Lizzie is throwing up a wizard veto. It has been called. Although Perio says they know somebody's doing that for drawing prompts. That's way cool. I always really enjoyed the Coffee and Draw channel when they used to do really interesting prompts in the mornings. I mean, I haven't kept up with that YouTube channel in 1,000 years. But yeah, friends, if you want to play one of my favorite puzzle games to date for $6, Night Team 4 is on sale on Humble right now. Like, yeah, it's 80% off. Also, Alison Smith, the devs behind it, are feckin' cool. Like, the more you find out about them, the more awesome they are. Their previous game, The Black Watchman, which in pre-lockdown terms, if you reached endgame and passed a psych eval, you would be flown to unique one-shot kind of like escape room style experiences. JP is like, what happens if you wizard veto or wizard veto? Someone loses an arm. Wizard rules. So that's proper, what's the Adventure Time term? Whiz-biz. Nope, don't like it. I don't like saying that out loud. Oh, lordy. But yeah, that's been a little quirky little toy to play with. Now, I don't necessarily recommend the DAL-E, but what a few friends have done is using the same kind of like AI generation, better trained ones, or ones people have created themselves, and use them for concept art.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Aperios, I reserve the right to never answer that question. But Down Under Dwarf, thank you for gifting a sub to JP. That's very cool of you. Alright, you know what, Alnus, I'll have a look, but I won't show the world. They get like a...
Humble
Hey!
store purchase made for $5.99.
Whoever that was that I'm gonna guess also picked up a copy of 19.4. I really hope you're enjoying it. Okay, so I've seen what Alnus has put in the meme sphere, and it's not right. Okay, it's not like, you know, Mr. Blobby with a gun or, you know, Saving Private Ryan with Muppets. But it's something that's ever so slightly close to reality, but wrong. Like, I didn't see anything weird until I clicked on the large image, and then everything was just... Yeah, introducing you all to this was already a mistake. And BT, what ho friend, hello, hello. Nene-chan, what ho friend. Ooh. Now, did you dye it fanciful colours, or going for something more, fancy word for classy colours? Wow! Oh, Fearless, sometimes you just need to roll it a couple times. Like, don't spam the site, obviously, but, like... Oh, and BT, you have nothing to apologise for. Like... You know, my job is to be here when you'll come back, right? Sorry, I've been thinking more and more about the giant robot streaming analogy.
Stop that incessant clicking.
And Fearless, that's feckin' kind of you. Sorry, just going back, Wolfcrab was saying you can make a game like Framed, where you see the images one at a time and need to guess the prompt. That wouldn't be bad. The problem would be getting it closer to the original, so you'd need an AI that generates obscure towards the OG image. No, but Wolfcrab, that's a really interesting idea. Sorry, jumping back. So, aside from doing horrifying things with AI, Perios going for the classics. Although that's a different AI generator, though, right? That's not DALL-E Mini, right?
Stop that incessant clicking.
Okay. And Fearless, thank you for gifting a sub to Lamelot. That's fucking cool of you. Did Lamelot sneak in and I missed him?
Stop that incessant clicking.
Well, Fearless apparently just racking up kills for the House Carl boards. So cheers to you, friend. Unless you pick the art style, but you can use it a couple of times. Yeah, well, the problem is, like, the cloud compute cost for doing these is pretty expensive. What my friend Star did was got a very, very cheap cloud host for their AI and just let it do it real slowly. There was a few bangers that came out of that one, like these robots came to party, and I think I've still got that kicking around. Hey, Fearless, you're making it so that people don't have to deal with ads when hanging out on the longship, and helping me in the process, like keeping this whole thing going. So thank you. Like, it's a lot of cash you put in to making other people's day a little bit better. That's real cool. Oh yeah, Perios, running sayings through those kinds of AI is fascinating. And you kind of, after a time, you kind of work out how to speak in a way that the AI will understand. But I still find it fascinating. Like, we're not at the point where you could have a game generate these kind of things on the fly, because they do require a massive amount of data, and they're only able to do it because we have things like, you know, Google image searches and stuff like that. But yeah, Ikoa, I love that it has the definition of bad painting. Like, how did it come to that?
Corgi bits for the doggo's smile.
And with that action, Down Under Dwarf, the Yaldum is yours. What will you do with this newfound power? So the thing is, I've always been kind of obsessed with proc gen or AI generated stuff, because much like, you remember how we had Chris Crawford on the show ages back? If you don't remember Chris, he's one of the OG founders of GDC, and he did a speech years ago. What was it? The infamous dragon speech, where he talked about video games as this massive dragon that he was constantly chasing, this beast he was trying to slay. And what he wants, and what he's working towards, is still video games that react in a natural and emotional manner. He's been questing for years to try and make games which aren't about direct conflict, but about, like, interpersonal relationships, and the different variety of those in systems that are far more complex than what we really get to experience now. And he's tried to do it so far mostly through either disambiguations of systems, as was the style with a lot of classic video games, or through incredibly complex systems. And I don't know, there's a part of me that feels that procedural generation is how we'll hit upon that kind of organic interaction. But I'm not a programmer. I don't know how we get there. It feels that rather than a million complex values of having something that allows for more organic reactionary stuff. So Phil's saying, I wonder if you have a game like Occupy White Walls but with generated imagery. Quite possibly. I guess the challenge would be progression. Like, mechanically, most certainly, because Occupy White Walls is online already. And if you can afford the computation to have, like, an AI-generated art, it would work. Oh, sorry, friends, if you haven't heard of it, Occupy White Walls is a massively multiplayer online art gallery game, where you create an art gallery and encourage people to come view your art and go to other galleries and look at theirs. The way it works is that great works of art are distributed amongst all the players. So even as a new player, you might have pieces of art that no one else does. They buy it from you, and then they can show it in theirs. It's feckin' fascinating. And I think you could do that, yeah. Well, so Immortal N, quite possibly? Quite possibly. You know what, this is definitely one of those never say never moments. The biting point is always cost versus. So, like, if you look at Sock Pop's collection, they use... Oh, not procedural animation. Is it procedural animation? God darn it. Coffee, why are you not doing your job? Basically, the same animation style as Rain World and things like that, where your character model reacts to the environment to create the animation, rather than, like, pre-animated structures with some wiggle room. Because one of the reasons why people haven't been using the learning AI to create character animation is it's really, really time consuming. Like, it is quicker currently to just either do procedural animation, like have the body move along and have the feeties kind of do something that looks like walking, or do it the old-fashioned way. So it would be interesting to see. But it is something that could be solved with time. I guess, again, like, it's cost versus. You know, there is a very, very strong chance that we could get procedural animation systems within future versions of stuff like Unreal. Like, if Unreal continues to be one of the big systems, the amount of features and functionality they can just put into the engine as standard will increase, making our lives as video game creators much, 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 much easier. I mean, like, I still keep thinking about Lumen and all the new shit they put into UE5, where you don't have to do LODs. Just make a fancy model, plonk it in. Engine's like, don't worry about it. I'll adjust the complexity of your model to suit the distance to the character, the distance to the user. Fucking brilliant! And you get gorgeous, gorgeous lighting. Well, so Aperios was saying that with the data they can collect from the film side too, it could be massive. I see those branching. I see those branching, but I know what you mean. Sorry, here's my thinking on this. Is that to create animation that looks good to a viewer is a different style of animation that looks good to a player. Like, procedural animation works really well in video games because, you know what? I love this playlist, but I want something a bit more chill. I'm enjoying chatting with you all. Where's my double threat? Where's my Chiltendo? Oh, there we go. Chiltendo Deluxe. Oh, that's right, good. So things like Rain World and Suck Pop titles and stuff like that, they feel good because the corresponding maneuvers with the user's control and having the character's movement reflected back to you is something that works really well in a video game environment. But that same kind of maneuver across an environment would look janky as shite in an animation or alongside live actors. Oh shit! So Happy Pie is saying that UE 5.1 dev branch has tools for neural network, made self-driving cars in UE 5 using neural network. Yo! I mean, Happy Pie, that wasn't specifically what we're talking about, but I'll chat about that. But, like, do you have to pay for the computation of that? Because that's always the challenge with these things, is unless it's something that's baked into the engine, if it's something that has to use any kind of, like, cloud computation, what's the cost? Okay. So Happy Pie was saying with that one, it's computation is heavy on the learning side. Once learnt, think like baked lighting. Okay, that's pretty cool. And Phyllis, it's worth saying that, like, blending's different from procedural. Like, yes, there is overlap, but I think it's important to differentiate those two things to people that don't spend a lot of time in game dev animation, because there are parts of a very complex character in some very high-budget games that will react to the environments that you're at. Sometimes, a good example is feeties. Feeties will angle dependent on the plane that you're standing on ever so slightly, even though that's not how the feet would have been in the traditional animes. Like, a la Lara Croft back in the day, kind of running with those big pointy feet, just regardless of what the angle of the floor was. But the core of the character is still either like mocapped and then cleaned up, or like hand keyframe animated. So, whereas procedural animation, there's none of the core, it's just reacting to what's around. Oh yeah, Jackie Fox, like, procedural animation is wild. We were talking about AI stuff from this morning, and it was just, the more of this stuff that we get out the box in video games, the better things we can make without breaking the bank. But we were talking about learning AI versus procedural animation. God, I'm sure I could find it online somewhere. So basically, the AI animation is it's a learning algorithm that teaches a series of shapes how to move through learning, essentially. With the idea being that you have your model, you have your solid pieces, and you have your wibbly pieces, and then you just say go. And like 50 clones of your object will all try and walk forward, and whichever one gets the furthest is the basis of the next generation, the next 50 shadow clones. And you keep running this, and you keep running this until your character can traverse at least some of the environments in. Most things end up looking like wibbly wobbly queue up monsters, but it's interesting. Like, it's really interesting. But it's very time consuming and the results are odd. Immortal N was asking, like, imagine in like 10 or 20 years time how much of this stuff we'll get to see, and it'll be kind of fascinating. But again, it's worth saying cost is the big factor, you know? You know, we can have gorgeous, realistic looking hair if you can afford to pay someone who specializes in that 2 years to make your character's hair. Like, I still hate saying Aloy instead of Alloy, but the main character from Horizon Zero Dawn, it was one person's job for 2 years. Not to create the hair, but to make it move like hair. And that's not a thing that, you know, even medium-sized projects can afford. So it'll be interesting to see how this happens. Oh no, Jackie, we are not going that deep this morning. I am not that well caffeinated. But I understand enough in broad terms to understand, like, cost versus result. So, like, generating still images using an AI learning setup would be fascinating. And that might be within a cost-effective range. Perios, why you like this? In fairness, I've been trolling Zalavir on TikTok, so I can't complain. So Perios is saying, sounds like they're just lazy, didn't hit the make good hair button. Yeah, it's right over there next to the add multiplayer button. But no. I mean, friends, this is one of the reasons why video games are so exciting, is there's so much behind the scenes that is changing, and there's so much in front of the scenes that is changing. And the amount of cool shit that we're going to get to see as games evolve over the next, like, I'm not even talking like 10 years, I'm talking like the next year or so. It's fascinating. Kybal makes a very good point. One of the biggest issues with AAA games, they're always rushing to produce the next big game, or the next big game. They do not work on tools, yes. No, I mean, Kybal, vent away. You and I both know that one of the big problems is that rush to make the next big thing they end up hiring more and more people rather than going back and addressing the technical problems that have arisen, especially if you're working in a house that has... Sorry, if you're working in a studio that has an in-house game engine. Oh boy. So I like how Vanderbeest and Alnus went for the same joke of, why is it when I hit the make good hair button, all my characters spontaneously choose to shave their heads? Get that shine. And Fearless, I wouldn't say that's the making hair on a budget, but that's definitely the traditional method, which is like breaking the hair down into layers like cloth, and then giving them different levels of movement. You know what? Polygon did a great video on hair in video games. It is absolutely worth your time. It's still so surreal to me that, like, one of the best go-to resources for videos in the industry is Polygon's video team. I've not gone to the actual website, polygon.com, in years, unless I have to, which I try to avoid. But their video team is still one of the best in the business, so go figure. Anyway, do we want to slightly dust on video game news before we head on over to Stanley's adventures? We're playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe today, and by the help of Kimball's scorekeeping skills and my ability to talk incessantly, we are going to be clearing it today. So we should be seeing epilogues and good stuff. The most pointless news that came out of yesterday. There's two contenders, and I love them both. So, firstly, Street Fighter 6 has announced that you will be able to control your character's face during the versus screen when matching up with another player, and it's brilliant. You can pull all kinds of wibbly wobbly facial expressions, and then flip between them like, love it, love it. Will it change video games? Probably not. Am I happy they're adding it? Very yes. And, okay, and this is the other one. This is the other one that makes me smile so much. So, reminiscent of the original deal from the original SNES Ninja Turtles game. You will be able to get a free personal pan pizza from Pizza Hut with your physical copy of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Shredder's Revenge. And I love it. I don't even want a Pizza Hut pizza, but there's just something about that that's just so wonderfully nostalgic. I love it. If you didn't see Limited Run's video drop yesterday, that was one of the announcements from it. I will say, the videos in Videodrome, if you want to have a look, because it seems at least one team learnt from Devolver. Limited Run had Mega 64 do a fake CD-ROM game as their announcement vehicle, and it's brilliant. It'll only be brilliant if you played CD-ROM games back in the day, but it's on point. And so, sorry, Phyllis was just on the hair and stuff was saying, when they say on a budget, it's if you've already got like a physics system licensed into your game, like Havoc or built into Unity or Unreal. I mean, this is where the bell curve of budget becomes a complicated one to explain. Because if you've been in big studios, like having access to things like Havoc and stuff is pretty standard. If it's just you and your laptop hanging out with a with a copy of Unity, probably unlikely. But no, it was just a little piece of game news that I really enjoyed. Here's an interesting one. Valve have actually posted the most played games on the Steam Deck in May, And I think this is fascinating. Because it's pretty rare for platforms to post their most played games. They'll, varying companies will post sales, what's selling well, but playtime is usually a little bit more obfuscated. And the top 10 most played games on Steam, just give you a few of them. So you got Elden Ring, and then Vampire Survivors and Rogue Legacy 2. That's a cracking triple threat. Elden Ring doesn't surprise me, but Vampire Survivors does. But what's interesting is after that, there's some just classics. So Stardew Valley, which is already available on the Switch. No Man's Sky. Slay the Spire, which is available on everything. Hades, which is available on everything. The Witcher 3. And then The Binding of Isaac. Now, the last one on the list is Aperture Desk Job, but that's the demo that comes with it, so... But yeah, like, the first 3 games are new games. Elden Ring, Vampire Survivors, Rogue Legacy, and everything else is just classic big bangers. Now, is that evocative of the people who have the disposable income or knowledge to pick up a Steam Deck? Or is that just part of the... Yeah, are people just replaying their favorites on the sofa now? I find it fascinating. Like, I haven't had too much brainpower to dedicate to understanding why people are going back for the classics. But, the Steam Deck's not a console in a traditional manner. It's not like the Switch, which launched with, launch titles and specific products built to match, aside from Desk Job. It's an accessory. It's taking your existing Steam library and making it handheld, which is fucking cool. Like, it's not something that I personally need. Like, I have a Steam Link in the living room, so if I want to play Steam games on the telly, I can. And my setup is literally within, spitting distance of the telly if you really spit hard enough. So it's not a thing that necessarily applies to me, but I don't know. Like, thinking about it, aside from Biomotor Unitron, I've not been playing a lot of... But I guess that's not even really a new game. That's a re-release of a Neo Geo Color Pocket. And that's an interesting way of thinking about it. That games like Slay the Spire and Stardew Valley already do very well on Switch and mobiles. They're just suited to a mobile environment. No, that's a really interesting way of thinking about it. And yeah, Alice, you're right. We do have anecdotal knowledge when it comes to, like, most played games on the Switch and stuff like that. We haven't had anything, like, announced directly. What else was popping up? Nothing too much. I wonder if... Sorry, just Paris was saying, can the Steam Link... But can Steam link to the phone if you want to play anything from the PC too, but then realise that if they're not the computer, they're probably not playing games? That's true. Bear with me just a second, dear friends. My apologies, my apologies. I mean, I'm all in. I've not had the chance to speak to anybody who's launched an indie title on the Switch recently. So it's like... there was a time when launching an indie game on the Switch was a guaranteed banger. Now, I don't know what those stats are like. I've not really had access to the conversation that would let me have a little bit more of an inside knowledge. But one of the things about the Steam Deck that's so very powerful is that it has the biggest catalog. And unlike a lot of other systems, Steam puts a lot of opus on the user. So one of the things that Valve kind of done, like the three light system, which is, does it work? Is it work natively on the Steam Deck, or it might, or it definitely does not. But what it means is that a lot of older titles available on Steam might work even if the devs haven't been able to support it. And Ibero's, I mean, Game Pass is badass. However, because of Nintendo's... I really need this coffee today, friends. I'm sorry. Microsoft have a certain responsibility to make sure that the titles they put on there work with the current hardware. So they do a very good job of supporting like games and increasing backwards compatibility. Like, they've been doing that for a long time. But Valve have no responsibility to make sure these titles work, which is both good and bad. But it does mean that older titles can still be available for sale. It means that, like, you know, if like me, you've got, you know, a few thousand games on Steam, the amount of those old classic indie titles that could work on Steam Deck is vastly increased. Oh, no, I shouldn't have done that. That was a bad idea. Don't look at your games number, friends. Okie dokie. And now, you're right, it does help that PC gamers are a lot more used to troubleshooting games. Perio, shush. Oh, I should tell people we're, sorry about that, friends. Everything's all popping off at once. I made a dumb joke on YouTube, and now my mentions have been on fire. Sorry, here's a complete left-hand turn conversationally. So the next season of Made in Abyss is coming out. And as someone who read the manga up until quite recently, oh boy, no one is ready for this season, myself included. I watched the Made in Abyss film, and despite knowing what was going to happen, I was both horrified and I cried so much. So, to Megaboss, thank you kindly for the follow. So yeah, I saw one of the new trailers for the new season of Made in Abyss, and I just dropped a little like, oh, what a happy video game for happy people. Sorry, a happy show for happy people. So glad we're getting more of this cute and lovely adventure. And like half the people who know being like, yep, boy, this sure is going to be a happy time. Nothing bad here. And the people who don't know being like, oh, I don't know, season 1 was pretty dark. One of those kind of accidental, I set my mentions on fire. So yeah. Oh, hey, Megaboss, that is lovely of you to say. We're just having a little natter at the moment. We're going to be jumping into the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. We're going to be trying finishing off the last of the. We're going to be trying finishing off the last of the endings, so that we might get to epilogues and good stuff. But yeah, we've just been having a natter about. I mean, we kind of got talking about like the use of AI generation in the video games. And I am playing Whack-A-Mole a little bit. So we'll be jumping into that in a second. Yeah, sorry, please forgive me for being a multi-track drifty potato. The other thing, Megaboss, I'm going to say it one more time because I don't want anyone to miss out on this. So, one of my favorite games, Night Team 4, is currently on sale for like $6. It's feckin' brilliant. If you like puzzle games or pseudo hacking, or like if you're a fan of like ARG type stuff, you absolutely deserve this game. It's fecking brilliant. Yeah, Down Under Dwarf. Wafflemancy on Twitch.television is more likely than you might think. Oh, no. So, Megaboss, we were talking about AI, or like learning algorithms and stuff like that in video games. And I was going to close this and start getting into the Stanley Parable. And Night Team 4 popped up and I was like, yes, no. Let me tell new peoples. Actually, when you came in, we were talking about the kinds of titles that people are playing on the Steam Deck, which is fascinating. But everything happens so much. Like, I kind of want to invite people to come hang out with us, and I'm like, you know what? I don't need to. I don't know what to say. Okay. Oh, the other thing is, the rumor mill is stating that apparently good old Kojima's working on a new horror game. Apparently it's called Overdose. As we know, Kojima's kind of had a flair for horror, and PT's definitely going to be a difficult act to follow up, but it'll be interesting to see what happens. Megaboss says, do time travel puzzle games count? Abso-fucking-lutely. Radiant Historia. That rings a bell. Oh, God. Yeah, that's a fucking classic. I have never actually had the chance to play it. I know of it. I forget who it was that used to rave about Radiant Historia. And you said that's a puzzle game. Fascinating, because it looks more JRPG in its delivery. I also love the fact that JRPG has become essentially a genre unto itself. So they did a 3DS remaster-ish. Okay. I wonder if we'll see more on... Maida. Yeah, I wonder if we'll see that getting re-released. At the moment, the only RPG I'm really playing is Biomotor Unitron, which got a re-release. Yeah, Genres, the bots are busy today. Biomotor Unitron on the Switch, which is an old Neo Geo Color Pocket game, which I love. I'm on the... Well, you know what? That conversation is a whole nother kettle of monkeys. So I tell you what, friends, we can absolutely keep talking about puzzly games. We can keep talking about videogamery and whatnot. I want to get started on the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe because I don't want poor Coinball to have to stay up until 6 o'clock in the morning on a feckin' Tuesday night. I felt really bad. I had to tap out of an engagement because I didn't read the timings. I got asked to be a judge for we'll just say a thing, which I'm very, very excited. And then I realised that when they said 1:45 in the afternoon, they did not mean that in Central or Pacific time. They meant GMT, which would have been like 5 o'clock in the morning. So I had to sadly decline being a cool judge for a cool thing. But it is what it is, I guess. And there we go. I mean, Kybal, yes. But the idea of staying awake until that point to like drink with people either in the real or online is a great idea. The idea of having to get up at that hour to pretend to be a competent judge, no thank you. I will pass on that if it's all the same. Hey, Megaboss, it's lovely to meet you. I'll have to thank Dan for introducing more lovely people to our little corner of the internet. And I hope you have a lovely rest of your day. Okay, so Chonos is saying that Radiant Historia is kind of one of those both games. That it has like a shove enemies around system so it can see the puzzle aspects. Okay. Oh, shit, what time is it? Does anyone really, truly know? Of course they don't. Nobody knows anything. The smartest thing one can learn, that everybody knows nothing. You and I don't even know each other. We're like strangers. Sure, I've adjusted all the game settings to your exact specifications, but who hasn't? It's just what I do, like a day job. And now, the job is over. There's no more information for me to gather. I've collected all the data on you that I can. And I still don't really know you. And you don't know me. And neither of us know what time it is. I guess some settings are just unsettable. But, if I'm being totally honest, the clock doesn't do anything in the game anyway. You won't have me here when the game starts the next time. But that's okay. Video games were meant to be played alone. Oh, about that. You like being alone, don't you? Will stares at camera. That's maybe the only information that I really learnt about you. Well, it's time for me to leave. There is still one more setting that we need to adjust, but it may take a little time before I'm ready for that. It's not really in my job description, but that's okay. Perhaps you'll see me again, if you can find me. Talk soon. Yeah, happy by putting the settlings in a... Ooh. That is a glowing epilogue. Should we? Are we just jumping straight into this? Alright. So, friends, without further ado, we're starting with the epilogue. Well, I mean, it could be the case that there's something we need to do specifically before this or what have you. Shall we? Many, many years later. Oh! Hello there. The sun. Absence of Kenobi. Holy crud! It's all happening now! It's a chair storm! Chair storm! The moon. Wow. Oh! Found the remnants of the memory palace. I should say the memory house. Crashed pod on the right. I would have totally missed that, Kimball.
Stop that incessant clicking.
And down on a dwarf, thank you for gifting a sub to Indie Kylo. That's very kind of you. Yay! Nice. Now we're ready to tackle this. Nice little generator. See if we can find Barry BAFTA in all this. I was going to say, I wonder if the Last of Us crew are missing their BAFTA. And I realise they have so bloody many of them that it's probably not a worry. Do 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 do. this seems fine. Uncompromising Gaming's public. Cookies9's blog. Review. The Stanley Parable. Like so many, I enjoyed my time with the original Stanley Parable, which underscores how truly disappointed I am with the sequel. Where the first game teemed with originality, the Stanley Parable 2 is dull, uninspired, and often insulting to its fan base. Rather than expand on what made the first game enjoyable, the sequel veers off into territory no one asked for. An infinitely deep hole? Who cares? Where are the new endings? What about enjoyable bits from the Stanley Parable 1, like the adventure line? Instead, we get uninspired side quest collecting figurines. Even this diversion feels incomplete. Collecting all the figurine gives you nothing. I must say, when I found the bucket to be quite comforting, a welcome reprieve. Also, I'm just going to read you some of the little things on the side. So, recent post, review Stanley Parable 2. Sorry I haven't been blogging too much. Review, Snraf 3. Protected post. Cookie's Corner, we need to talk about sequels. Also, the recent comments, Go Guy on review, the Stanley Parable 2. Piss Order 0999 on Stanley Parable 2. Boblin on Cookie's Corner. Boblin on Stanley 2 and Go Guy. Yeah, basically this person posted up until 2013 and then again January 2027. What's this? Cat dog born. Scientists confirm hybrid species. The Mammal Times. Jim. Why am I given things that make noise? Jim. Okay. Stanley Parable developers. No more spin-offs. No more sequels. By Snip Sweeply. And I read. When the Stanley Parable launched to massive success in 2013, its creators made plans to build the property into an entire franchise. But a disastrous critical and commercial reception to Stanley Parable 2 has prompted the developers to rethink their ambitions, as outlined in a press release they published today. It's clear that more Stanley Parable is just not what the fans want, reads the press release. We thought that we had a vision for the series that players would be excited about, yet it turns out it could not have been further from the truth. The press release goes on to promise to preserve the artistic integrity of the original game and to stop assaulting fans with our reckless and insulting creative visions. The word sorry appears more than 25 times in the press release. Alright, Catastros, have a lovely rest of your evening.
Stop that incessant clicking.
And Favor 6 in celebration of that. No, I broke the buttons! God, I'm a gymless heathen. Get on the green. Okay, then more, oh yeah, there's more gym buttons. Alright. Alright, let's see if we can do that bit again. So, in respect to your gifted sub there, Favor 6. No, it's not letting me gym!
Jim.
There we go.
Jim.
with Jim.
Jim. Jim. Stanley. Stanley. Jim. Stanley.
Why does that feel like such a big deal?
Stanley.
That feels like a very big deal. Ah, the collectibles. Sorry, Alice, just... I know what you're hearing. Just said Jim. Alright. Who wants to go down into the infinite hole? God. I will say, having played a lot of experimental and weird, especially like Unity titles, this game has absolutely encapsulated that wonderful experience. All hail the Stan figurines. Dorcas, how are you doing, friend? And Carlson, I love how adding more figurines actually made them less valuable. Ubisoft, take note. Alright, this is where the path leads us. In the words of Abraham Lincoln, fucking wee. Oh. Oh, don't like this. Thank you for enjoying the new content. All hail the Stan figurines! Still hate it. Hello again. It's nice to see you. But it's terrible to learn that there will never be another Stanley Parable
Reactor
game.
online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
What ho?
What ho, friends? Hello, hello. Did you read what the developer said? Preserve the integrity of the franchise? Nonsense. The Stanley Parable is not sacred. We don't need to protect it. Screw the legacy. Let's keep making Stanley Parable games until the sun explodes. Let's run this franchise into the ground. Let's drag it through the mud and back. And if people hate it, who cares? You see, that was the narrator's problem. He was so obsessed with what people thought of his work. Don't make his mistake. Don't cling to the legacy. Let it burn. It's not hard. In fact, let me show you. Together, we're going to make the Stanley Parable 3. Yes! It's simple. All we do is change the number in the game's title screen. We also really need a really dubbed subtitle for the game. Something loud and gaudy. Go ahead, try combining some random words together to make a new title for our game. The Stanley Parable 3... the Stanley Parable 3, our choices are Door to Passion of the No More, Book of the New Kind of Last Ever, and then our additionals will be Chemicals, Train Station, Champion Fire, and Birthday Party. Alright, let's do this together, friends. What is the Stanley Parable 3? JPO suggests the Passion of Lawsuit. Daughter Lawsuit. We have two for Passion, though. So the Passion of Lawsuit might be a... Stanley Parable 3, A New Kind of Lawsuit. Passion of the Train Station? I cannot comment on that, Kimball, at all. Passion of the Birthday. Last Ever Birthday is kind of dark, Alanus. I will agree. Last Ever Fire is kind of threatening, you know? Especially considering how we got here. A New Kind of Fire. Passion of the Lawsuit's definitely kind of winning. Passion of the Train Station implies a very, very specific situation that I do not want to reference. Door to Fire's getting a few votes. Door to Fire. A New Kind of Lawsuit is good, Straxy. The Last Ever Lawsuit. You know what? I'm going to go for Straxy's. Or, you know what? Compromise. Passion of the Lawsuit. Oh no. Passion of the Lawsuit. Stanley Parable 3. Passion of the Lawsuit. It's absurd! I love it. Every time you restart the game, we'll advance the number of the sequels by 1, and we'll pick a new subtitle. That way, the Stanley Parable will never end. And nothing in the game itself will change when you do this. Adding more content sounds like work. No need to do that. It'll just be the same content recycled again and again and again, with a new title screen. What do you say? Should we go forward with this plan? I like it, but I want you to have a say in this as well. Is there any situation where we say no to this? Is there a scenario where we go, no? Because I can't think of one. Do it, do it, do it! Good! Then it's agreed. A new sequel every time you start the game. And you know what? Since you've put faith in my idea, I feel like giving you something as well. You see, I'm noticing that the narrator never found a way to give you the broken achievement, did he? Of course not. I wouldn't expect him to know how. It's been bothering me, so let's fix that. Alright, there. The achievement machine is all fixed. You see, I'm on your side. We're in this together. We're going to keep this train rolling. The Stanley Parable cannot end. It can only spiral in on itself. Forever. I must keep the wheel turning. I'm ready. You ready? Great. There's only one last thing we need to do. Please enter the current time. Please adjust the slider until the computer is barely visible. Thank you. Please enjoy the Stanley Parable. The end is never the end. Why is there a gun? So, Kimball, where to next? Yeah, and according to Kimball, this is going to change every time we restart the game. So we'll go do a thing, restart the game, come back. I'm so down for this. Down on a dwarf, at least according to Kimball and the narrator. Okay, begin the game. If we close the game, restart it, becomes the Stanley Parable 4 and then 5 and then onward into infinity, I guess.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow.
Roger.
No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Okay, so Kimball's saying we're going to be heading to door 430. Do I need the bucket? Fearless, that does sound lovely. Although one of the things I will say is it takes very little effort. Oh, 430's here. To convince.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
One of the good things about working in video game development in the UK is you can just go, pub?
Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the achievement? Click a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth? No. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks. Now, suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition.
All right, you're on. You're on, Mother Hubbard.
I have to say, I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of witnessing true effort for a noble cause. Perhaps 50 clicks will do it. Yes, almost certainly 50 clicks.
You son of a bad word. All right. Thankfully, I've trained for this.
No, I'm still not feeling it. I want this achievement to have meant something. It has to be a true reward for valiant effort. I want to see some hustle, Stanley. I want to see commitment, a willingness to go all the way, no matter what the cost. Why don't you go put 20 clicks into door number 417?
417. All right. Onward! Aww. 417.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems
Stanley
nominal.
cradled the bucket in a gentle embrace, protective.
Sorry I'm late.
delicate, assertive,
Apparently it's
yet
been 5 months
compassionate.
already.
Hey, Wolfie, you have nothing to apologise for. How are you doing? How is your day? We're mopping up the last elements of the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, and it is superb. Now I'm going to find door 417, and there we go. Mash on this a bunch. Rattle some door handles.
Now, go touch the bucket on door 437 a few times.
437 was back the way we came, right?
Yes, now we're getting somewhere. How about door 415? Give it some bucket love.
No, don't make this weird. 415. Oh, so new content's open. Alright.
Now back to door number 437.
Such a jerk. He spent 7,000 euros this weekend. Holy crud. I'm hoping that's wedding stuff, not just...
You know, I think the copy machine needs some attention. Why don't you rub the bucket on it a bit?
Stop being weird, dude.
All right, back to room 417. I'm really feeling it now. I think we're getting somewhere.
You mock me for achievement?
Okay, now bring the bucket on top of employee 419's desk.
Remember how to do this.
Yes, this is great. Now the bucket knows exactly what it's like to be employee 419. Now, let's introduce it to door 416.
16. No. There's 15. There's new content. Where's 16? Darn it! Bucket smash something. Oh yeah, so Wolfie did the down payment for the location food. Okay, well, and Smallest Waffle, how are you doing? What ho, friend? Oh, Dorcas, it wasn't, but that was a very good guess, because that would make logical sense. Oh, yep. Kindle, you spot on.
We've almost got it. Now make the bucket and the copy machine touch again.
You're making it weird. You're making it weird. Why is the narrator making it weird?
Finish it off, Stanley. 5 touches of the bucket on door 430. Yes! We did it!
Yay!
Oh, that felt amazing. You know, not all buckets will get this kind of experience. They won't all know what it's like to slam repeatedly against nearly every door in one section of an office building, or what it's like to be employee 419. Buckets may dream of an experience like this, but few can say they've truly lived it. You've given a bucket hope today. Stanley, I'm very proud of you.
Yo, have any of you seen Severance? I know I was raving about it a few weeks ago, but I'm starting... blending this and Severance. Okay, so go back to 147 and close both doors. Roger, roger. So there's 17. So we'll close this door. And we'll close this door. Oh.
There once was a man named Will who liked to play games for the thrill. He just wanted more games, didn't care about their names, which is why he is still playing this one. These games are exactly the same, their content will not ever change. Does he not really care, or is he unaware
that the number is naught but a lie? Dorcas, how do you come up with these? But also, thank you for 43 months. I hope things are going well with your good self. But yeah, and Wolfie, I hope all the wedding planning stuff is going real well. Like, I know it can be a massive stressor. I did actually work in the wedding industry for a little bit. Okay, might need to restart the game. Well, should we go to the new content and get the Chivo? And then on the next loop. Daughters, we have gone out the window with the bucket. And we got both the song and the other one, which was very entertaining. Oh, okay. Carmel says no. Alright, I can restart the game. I can do it. Alright. Oh, wait, we haven't been out the window with a bucket. JP says, well, is there an industry you haven't worked in that you really like to? God. JP, that's an excellent question. Okay, so kind ball. Sorry, I guess I'm all over the place. The coffee is not doing its job today. So what would you like me to do? Restart the game from pause here? Just begin the game again, or quit and come right back in? Smallest Waffle got an application in for an admin job at NetSpeak Games. Wish you good luck. Okay. Alright, begin the game again. Roger, roger. God, and JP, an industry I haven't worked in that I'd like to. That's a very tough question. I mean, not to sound like a pretentious twat. Sorry, I couldn't think of a better term. Forgive my swearing, but I fucking love doing this right now. Like, I really enjoyed working in video games, but a lot of the problems that I had being in a big studio and things that are kind of solved by being here. And there's things I miss. Lizzie, I've never worked in coffee, but there weren't really a lot of coffee places as I was coming up, so I've worked pubs. Like, okay, money no question, like absolute dream setup. I wouldn't mind working as a bartender at like a tiny little bar. Like, you know, think, like teeny tiny.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Think, like teeny tiny, like Tokyo Diner type. See, Kaimal, I love the idea of being a pirate, but I've come to know too much about the actual profession. Bucket, 147, window. Right.
Ah, Stanley's bucket. The only co-worker he would ever truly need.
Okay, so we're closing the doors.
Stanley took the bucket with him into this little hallway and closed the doors. This was their hideout. No one would ever find them here. Of course, no one would ever find them anyway because everyone was missing. But Stanley chose to ignore this fact and instead focus on how cool the hideout was. Just him and the bucket. Two renegade heroes against the world, inside their secret, undetectable hideout, here, next to room 417. What a treat.
I thought we might closet ending it. Okay, now we're heading back to the window.
Ah, no, apparently not.
The window's back this way. Dun, dun, dun,
Stanley
dun,
clung the bucket to his cheek. Could his co-workers really all be gone?
There we go. Alright. Back in wee!
Yes, whispered the bucket into Stanley's ear. We've done it. We've escaped from that dull office and that pesky narrator. At last, out here in the white void, we are alone. Now, and for the first time, I can reveal to you my true self. The bucket began to tell Stanley of its life and its history, of the countless wars it witnessed, desecrating the land and lives of untold numbers of innocent humans, and the bucket's own complicity therein, of sadness and regret, and the many years it spent dwelling on the actions it might have taken to curb the madness and the decay, if only it had been stronger, of hope and redemption, and its crusade to uplift the stock of life for the common man, to manifest justice where none existed, and the bittersweet reality of time, to see one's dreams and wishes met halfway, meted out in parcels like charity, and abandoned as soon as the warm glow of inspiration begins to dim. The opportunities to do so much more. There was so much it could have done, perhaps, the bucket wondered to itself. Perhaps, if it had seen its own darkness with a clearer perception. This was way too much for Stanley.
What are you talking about?
He screamed.
You're a bucket!
To this, the bucket furrowed its brow.
No.
said the bucket.
Not since the evil wizard Gambhorata first ensnared me in his machinations as payback for the sacred amulet I stole from his treasured vaults. I was young back then and could not conceive the ramifications of... No!
Stanley screamed even louder this time.
This is stupid! You are a bucket! This is so stupid! Why are we even doing this?
As Stanley screamed and screamed and screamed, the bucket revealed its true form, transforming into a mighty beast of untold power, its fangs glistening like... My God, Stanley, you did it. You saved us from the bucket. Thank God you already had all 12 emblems of sages and knew the incantations to summon their true power. Otherwise, we would have easily been overwhelmed by the bucket's power. I'm speechless. You've demonstrated such bravery here today. Come, let's restart the game, and we'll agree to never again go trifling with this bucket, nor the dark magic cast away inside of it.
Sephiroth! Oh, Tanari, wow, what over it? Oh. And so JP, out here in the US, we're really lucky because the amount of like speakeasies or themed bars and stuff like that is...
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
There's a lot of those kind of themed... It just... I'm not a good bartender. I'm not. The only thing I was vaguely good at was pulling a pint, and because you just got to be able to pull it with the right kind of force. If you... Thing is, with ales, if you can tap the keg proper, if you can hook everything up and pull it, you're fine. There's no complexities to it. The thing I enjoy is conversations with people, you know? That's the thing I would find myself wanting to do. So just having a teeny tiny bar, sits like no more than like 5 or 6 people, and just making cool drinks for people. That seems most excellent. I have a feeling that Bart and Ender will actually get to that goal. Oh, and Kymble, do I want to bring the bucket for this Chivo run? As we head back to the wonderful ridiculousness. And yeah, Tanari, wow, that might be the weirdest thing that you've come in on. Georgia says the worrying thing is that the third time Gamhora's name has been mentioned, there is a consistency between endings.
Is Stanley, without the bucket, really Stanley at all? No. No, surely not. Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
But yeah, I know it's feckin' cheesy to say that I love what I'm doing right now, so it definitely caught me off guard.
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over. Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content. Wait, Stanley. I've just now realized. That bucket you're holding, it's the bucket I've been working on for my sequel. How did you get your hands on it? Isn't this the preview to the sequel? How do you have the bucket already? This makes no sense at all. Hold on. Did I already show you my ideas for the sequel?
Maybe.
I don't remember doing that at all. you're seeing things all out of order.
All right, we still have 15
All right.
jumps remaining.
All right, let's see. It's the jump circle.
We still have 15 jumps remaining. Jumps remaining. All right, I'll stash some jumps in the back pocket. Kindball, Dorchis. You know, I do listen to you all.
The infinite hole, the giant door. Did you see them already? Stanley, none of them are ready yet. I'm still developing them. They're not
So
even
going back
close
to the
to
giant
finished.
hole.
How did they look when you saw them? Were they captivating? Were they exciting? Did they fulfill on the promise of everything that a sequel to Stanley Parable could possibly be? Had I figured out how the hell to make a sequel to this game?
Sorry, Dorchis says, correction, I listen to you all. Sometimes. Thank you for enjoying the new content.
Wait, if you're still carrying the bucket around with you, if the bucket is interesting to you, that means I must have made it correctly. Yes, you carrying the bucket with you everywhere is exactly what I set out to accomplish. The bucket is the exciting and captivating new content that I promised. I did it! I win! I made a sequel to the Stanley Parable. Yes, the sign is correct. Thank you for enjoying the new content. Thank you for taking the bucket everywhere with you, clinging tightly to the bucket, never letting it go. It means I've won. It means I am victorious over the gamers. It is a sweet salve of victory on my soul. Thank you for enjoying the new content. The bucket
I am
is
victorious
the Stanley
over the
Parable now.
gamers.
They are one and the same. There is no Stanley Parable without the bucket. I win, 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 I win. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Okay, where to next, friends? Oh. Oh. Okay, go back to the new content so we can see the exhibit. Radder. Come on, Bucket. We're going for a stroll. Wait, should I leave the Bucket alone and then go to the Chivo machine? Oh, friends, we've been playing this. This is our third session on the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. And basically, Kindball's made like a spreadsheet of our unlocks and endings so far. Okay, take it. Radder.
As Stanley lifted his bucket, he felt a connection to all buckets everywhere. This adventure, he decided, was for all of them.
Kindball knows all. There we go. Return to the Stanley Parable 2. Broom closet ending is my favourite. There's something about the fact that we got rewarded with extra stickers from doing the broom closet ending, having done it on multiple versions of this game so far. Like, friends, if you go back onto my YouTube, you can find the first time... Yeah, because the broom closet wasn't in the mod. The broom closet was in the OG 2013 version. So if you go back into my YouTubes and just, like, search from the bottom up, you'll find the first time I encountered it. And it just slayed me, because it was just...
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this Ultra Deluxe version has turned out to be.
No!
The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this Ultra Deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
Indeed. Indeed. And yeah, Dorcas, for once you don't end up being kind of made to be a note keeper and lawgiver. Again, to anyone who's worked in a AAA studio or in a tech company, the layout of this office will probably hurt you a little bit.
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
Yeah, that was a scrum board. There's so much in this. I mean, the one that hurts me is the open air vents on the ceiling. Combine that with the open plan. New content is out. New content. Part 2 is in. Old and busted. New hotness. J-Boat, if they gave me a gun. Oh, paradigm shift, synergy, brick and mortar approach. Oh. Okay, friends, has everybody seen the newest Matrix film? Is there anyone here who has not observed it and wishes to remain unspoilt? This is one of those, like, speak now or forever enjoy me waffling on about spoilers. Ah, Peebles. Okay. Well, JP, I don't want to bust you out, and I will avoid talking about Scrum, as I think this is like that time I started talking about KSPs and gave everybody like war flashbacks. Well, so I tell you what I'll say is this. I highly recommend that everyone watch the newest Matrix film, because it is not subtle or apologetic in its existence.
Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
I mean, Lizzie, we should be ordering sensu beans by the feckin' sack, considering the damage that this game does. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Like, you're asking me, like, you know, other professions I would like to go into. Any profession that doesn't involve morning stand-up. But no, I think anyone who's worked in any creative sphere, you really, really need to watch the newest Matrix film. Because it's one of those that, even if you don't necessarily gel with it as a sequel, its meta-commentary is incredible. And it speaks so much about the success of its own creation. Oh, the Idea Guy one did me a feckin' damage. Thankfully, I've still got gin in the freezer if I need. Oh, and, patting myself on the back, I did not drink myself blind last night. I had 1 gin and tonic. I'm very proud of myself. Alright, here we are! It's bucket time!
here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
You know what, Kimball? I think I will change the balloons. Oh yeah, Lizzie, that's one of the things, is the Matrix, the newest Matrix film, says in unquestionable language why it exists and the challenges that came into creating it. And it does it through the medium of this fake game development thing, which is, I say fake, but the language in it is so painfully real. There is a scene where a person in marketing shows up with a brief about what the Matrix means to people, and it's broken down into like demographics and keywords and all this, and it hurt me at my core. Because the thing is, it's one of those, if you just take it at absolute surface level, you cannot avoid the meta of it. And because... So, one of these days, friends, we need to sit down and work out how one delivers the entry to meta commentary. Because the thing is, the Stanley Parable is all meta commentary. We can take... Like, it's impossible to look at this without going meta. How much we choose to delve into the artistic interpretation is ours. But there is art to delve into. We've been shown the pool that we jump in. And the reason why I brought up The Matrix is it does very much the same thing. In clear words, it states that it is more than just a film about the continued adventures of Neo, the sad boy who went to fucking industrial raves. So Lizzie says they want another Matrix and the meta was the price. It's actually, I mean, the thing they say directly is they're going to make this without you. They're going to make this with or without you. They literally say that in words. Warner Brothers are going to make this with or without you. Like, holy shit. The entirety of that film is contextualized around the idea that this was being resurrected with or without them, against... I want to say against their will. That makes it sound brutal, but it's happening. They have no choice in the matter. So then the question becomes, what is your creative input in that space? You know, both the movie and Neo are being brought back into something they thought they were done with. Yes, and Fearless, it's not even thinly veiled. They say in words, Warner Brothers. And because they make that reference that's so clearly a point at, look at the thing, look at it, you then can't help but look at the rest of the film with a certain, like, metacontextual sight. It's...
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with?
Now, if I remember rightly, it's whichever one we pick, the narrator's going to go for the other one. And so I picked Get Well Soon, and it shows Happy 12th Birthday Stepniece. So yeah, we picked the blue balloon. Thank you, Kaimal.
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Get Well Someday it is.
God, I love this game. Now, the reason...
Actually, maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision. We're moving on.
The reason why I get so obsessed with the Stanley Parable is that, I mean, the whole game is about the meta experience between creator and user, between the person making the game and the player, and it goes to multiple lengths. What I love about it is that until you've played it a while, you can't really realize that the narrator is also the response to a myriad of different points. Sometimes the narrator is playing antagonists, sometimes comedians, sometimes soapbox ranting. Sometimes the narrator is the voice of the creators of this game. Other times, it's the things they wish they could say. The narrator has no clear track, no clear path, no clear defining characteristic, and is amorphic dependent on which path we're going down. And the very nature of the Stanley Parable allows that. If this was just one long metagame, the narrator would seem weird and inconsistent. You know, they are simultaneously, you know, voicing the events that are happening and also telling us why they're happening and why we're wrong. I find this whole thing incredibly fascinating. Because if we look at games like the Magic Circle and stuff like that, you know, all the characters in the Magic Circle are clearly defined. You know, you have Ish, who is, you know, the super genius creator. You know, the Garriott. Okay, I mean, he's a stand-in for every, like, super alter named character in video games. You know, you've got the disgruntled ex-pro who's contractually stuck in this hellhole and just wants the game done. You know, Ashley Birch's character plays like the super fan hired onto the dev team, which, by the way, happens more than you'd think and is very rarely good. Sometimes it's brilliant, but yeah, Alnus, you're right. That's a really succinct way of putting it. The narrator is like the DM, in that they become whatever they need to be, whatever the game needs him to be. Alright, let's just go get our new free and easy achievement. I can't believe it's that simple. Also, let's introduce this bucket to the other bucket and see what happens. Wait, Kindball, can I introduce the two buckets? Will it break space-time? Should I wait? Dorcha says, try and see. I'm just wondering if the achievement is going to put us on a path that loops us back around. 2 buckets, 2 bells! Ding ding! Chivo first, then see what happens. Okay, Kybal. Oh yes, Fearless. Mythic Quest is incredibly real. But the thing about Mythic Quest is that Mythic Quest is not a meta-narrative story. It's real stories. The Dark Quiet Death episode alone, like, I've met people who that happened to, you know? Almost like a curse of success.
Now, here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes. You see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you. It's as simple as that.
Alright, here we go. Woohoo! Test achievement, please ignore.
As you can see, the machine is not working yet since... What? Wait, what in the holy hell is going on? You got the achievement? Why did the machine work? Stanley, I didn't fix it. I didn't do anything to it. I swear, it was broken just a second ago. Who fixed it? Is someone here? Are we being watched? Oh, God. Composure, composure. Yes, as you can see, the machine is working as normal, as I intended.
Of course.
It truly speaks to the awe-inspiring magic of the Stanley Parable 2. Breathe. Just breathe.
When the demo build does something that you do not expect. So Imperios is saying, do you think the bucket is a metaphor for the weight of our choices? Something that could never be refilled, but is not truly hollow? And Fabersix says, okay, just as an aside, Alton Towers has a weird superfan issue. That there are people obsessed with the Smiler, a particular roller coaster. They never get to work on it. And it reveal after they've taken... Fabersix, you'll have to expand on that one. Because, I mean, I don't know about theme parks. I've been... Like a lot of people, I've been watching Defunct Land during lockdown. It's been real good both to sleep and to learn. And I know that there's a lot more behind the scenes than one would know.
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
Okay. Let's go introduce the buckets. If they reveal their Smiler superfans, they're taken up working on the Smiler. That's fascinating. See, in video games, there's this weird problem that everyone in video games loves games. Okay, that might be a little strong, but more often than not, someone working in video games loves the medium. Because the pay sucks, the hours are terrible, you know, why would you do it if not for the love of, or for the people you're working with? Yes, I know that it's exploitative, and it is not good, but it's the case. But what can happen is people can become massive fans of the properties before they work on them, and that can create this weird situation where someone can be so emotionally attached to a project that when they come to work on it, their emotional anchors become problematic.
Wait, there are 2 buckets here. How did you get a second bucket? Oh no, the warmth and comfort of a single bucket is already so great, so intoxicatingly wonderful. With 2 buckets, there's no telling. Stanley, can you still hear me? Are you with me?
Ah! I broke it!
Stanley! Oh, thank God, I didn't lose you. Stanley, the power of 2 buckets was too much. I had to destroy both of them. I know how much the bucket meant to you.
No!
I couldn't take the risk. I hope one day you can forgive me.
Chan, I thought you were joking! I didn't think we'd actually create a bucket. I never thought I'd see a bucket paradox, let alone create one! Why do we all have to wear these ridiculous ties? My brains and your brawn will make an excellent team. Alna says, to quote Icarus, this will be so awesome, even if it does go wrong. It's literally Paradox Interactive. Alright, let's try pushing our name. I'll always miss you, Bucket. See if we can get the Stanley going. Taste the sequel!
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
Daughter says, if Crows were actually making Stanley Parable merch, what would you want? I mean, I still want to get the crow with sneakers as a tattoo from the club. So Faber6 was saying, so Smiler superfans are always in trouble in the long run. They have a habit of oversharing secrets and breaking social media policy. Interesting. With video games, when people are... Okay, and again, it's not caring about the game too much. Sometimes it's very hard to differentiate one's mindset from being a creator to being a user. And if someone really, really, really loves a game, they can't leave that feeling behind of being a user. As an FYI, user is the same term as like player. A user's just a better way of differentiating the person who is interacting with your video game. And it can lead to people being very, very combative, being very, very against change, and not being able to look at the process that goes into creating something and thinking far, far too much about it. Oh yeah, Kybal, if you want to hear game dev spoilers, go to the pub and hang out on a Friday. Yup. Like, investigative games journalism is go to pub where devs drink. Alnus, like a little sign saying I got the broom closet ending wouldn't be terrible. But no. I keep intending to get a tattoo of the crow with big sneakers from the club. One day. So...
Jim.
Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role-play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim. I want you to imagine yourself living as Jim, sleeping and waking as Jim, falling in love and being hard.
Jim.
Whoa, hold on. I wasn't finished setting up the backstory. If you don't properly roleplay as Jim, then you'll never understand the impact of this button. Otherwise, it's just a stupid button that says somebody else's name. Okay, we're doing it again. And this time, let me finish first.
I will not.
Now, allow yourself to become Jim. Imagine yourself driving to work as Jim. All right, fine, whatever. It's just a meaningless button that says Jim. Are you happy now? Get out of here. I'm done with this button. Why don't you go humiliate me in front of a different feature that I worked very hard on?
Don't mind if I do.
Jim.
See, if you'd only played along, that would have been your name the button says. But no. Instead, I can't even think about it. I'm taking the Jim button away.
Jim.
Bum ba da dum ba dum ba da. But yeah, so Alna's saying thinking of this is my one chance to achieve my dream. Are you gonna be able to kill your darlings? Yeah. There's also to get to the point where you're not only in love with a game franchise but also working on it can put you in a situation where you're very, very removed from a large proportion of like the silent majority of users. You know, if you're on the forums, in the Discords, making mods, you know, if you have fan accounts, if you're so far into the paint, you might not be able to see that, you know, that 80% of people that play video games play them and go, that's a great game, and never say another word about it. You know, the silent majority thoroughly enjoy video games and do not interact with, you know, communities and spaces outside. Kybal says they like working on games they wouldn't necessarily play. It's very true. Total War is a weird one because it's not a narrative based.
Maybe I'll only let people named Jim play the Stanley Parable too. They would appreciate what I've created here.
Grumble bum. Playing on Total War was a nice one because it doesn't have like a central protagonist or an ongoing story, and you can kind of approach it in a multitude of ways. So there's no one experience to work on. A lot of the people that are obsessed with Total War either come from like a history background, from a strategy game background, and the only time people get weird about it is when the kind of the nationalism starts to pop up, which is always worrying. But that's why it was a really good franchise to work on.
The Stanley Parable 2 Gym Edition.
I'd love... Vanderbeest, thank you for the 200 bits. I'd love for something like Limited Run to just do a Stanley Parable Gym Edition. You can only buy it if you can prove your name's Jim. Taste the sequel. Okay. So, Kymble, do we have anything else here to chip away at? Whoops, all Jim. The Stanley Parable 4. Gym and tonic. So we can exit if we want, or begin again. Okay. Actually, I'm going to quit to menu, come out, and jump back in again. Because I want to see some more of the updated menu screen. Stanley Parable, just Jim. Only Jim. Burp, burp. Alright, give it a second. No, Steam, we will not be updating right now. Okay, so Kyball says restart the game until you can play the Stanley Parable 8. Oh shit, okay, Stanley Parable 4. Spectacular Birthday Party, Story of Didgeridoo. The Original Snake. Bum 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 bum. Bum bum bum. Do 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 do. Snake Eater. Attack on 427? That's one of my Japanese animes. Alright, friends, bear with me 2 seconds. I gotta nip to the loo. Because coffee. And then Kyball, I will take your pointers on where to go next. And we shall continue our adventures.
Sneak.
Oh, sneaky, huh? Sneaky! Kyball, down under dwarf, and some ghost that came on in. Thank you all for the bits. I know today's been kind of... Yeah, Kymble, I saw you. I saw you. I can phrase it. Today has not been off the chain. But I am... like I said, I fucking love doing this. I get to do this because you lot chuck stuff at my dumb face. So, thank you. So, Kyball, where to next? Quick to desktop. Oh, down on the dwarf, you didn't do anything. Oh, must have been my imagination. Okay, once more with feeling. Okay, so now we're up to the Stanley Parable 5. Stanley versus gun, or half employee, half stapler. Oh, Lizzie, you know what I mean. You know what I mean. I'm just really happy we're getting to finish this all together, you know? And then after we've done the Ultra Deluxe, I can annoy both Will and Davey at some point. Legend of the sequel? Half employee, half stapler. Stanley Parable 5, half employee, half stapler.
Train.
It's a train! Let's see what we get. The floor is bowling balls and galaxies. Space train. Space train. Just want to soak in the ambience of this particular title. This might be my favourite entry to the series yet. Oh yeah, Kymble. There's so much music in this entire title, and it's feckin' incredible. Like, I know Crows has a history. Oh, these are random. Feckin' yo. Lizzie throwing in more chaos than usual. And Lizzie, thank you for the 500 bits, friend. Oh yeah, Clank, we've been on Stanley P for an extra hour and we're still getting into stuff. Now, Kymble, do we need to back out and come back in again? Oh, now is the time of Lizzie. Lizzie. Jarl by day, mod by night. Okay, we need to keep going until Stanley Parable 8. Oh, does Lizzie get to choose the next one? Okay. Alright. I'm just going to hide the train for just a second, friends. So, Lizzie gets to choose the next one. Developed by Crows. Davey! I'm still saying that. Okay, Stanley Parable 6. And the choices are Doctor, Danger of, Revenge of the, Evil, unforgivable hidden, and then co-worker, printer jam, cowboy, computer virus, monkeys, or didgeridoo. There's a lot of good stuff here. Alma says there's some flagrant disregard of separation of Jarl and Mod. I control neither of these entities, Alnis. And the unforgivable printer jam. That's a good one. What the hell? Lizzie, you abuse your powers. What are we even looking at? Okay, Kybal says, let's do an ending and then come back. Alright. Let me bring the train back up.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Okay. Stanley! Stanley! I've got to go to work, Stanley! Oh, we've got new balloons, though.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Okay. While the train did not launch at its full capacity... Like, friends, thank you for everything that you throw in. I really fucking mean it, alright? Okay. So we've not turned the mind control machine off with the bucket. Okay. We've definitely not done the one where we have to power up the machine. And Bayonort, what ho friend? Hello, hello.
What new mysteries lay in store for our bucket-loving heroes today? Let's find out.
Alright, so we have to... mind control is follow the path.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Wait, Kybal, didn't we turn it on because we got the birds? Which was thoroughly funny.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
Oh, we turned it off with, but not on. Okay.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
All right. To the mind control
Stepping
machine!
into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Okay, so, right now we turn it off with the bucket. Okay, yeah, so we'll turn it off. Bayonort, I've had the adventure music stuck in my head since I woke up this morning, so, go figure.
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine. Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
Oh, because we did both endings with and without the bucket of jumping off.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
Kyle says we've got to wait for 2 minutes before getting on the elevator. Le gasp!
Fighters jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen
So I look
anything
over at the
like
actual
this,
guinea
and it
pigs.
very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
So we'll summon the lift, but we'll wait a couple minutes before getting in there.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do
darn it.
or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind.
I'm sorry, Kimball. I missed the lights button. But yeah, I'm waiting. I mean, I like that one of the employees is just a pirate. I always felt like there was so much... The first time I played this, I thought like this was the core to the mystery. You know, was finding each of these weird, quirky ones. The people who've been fired, stuff like that. Oh! So now the door is open. Go back and push the lights. Alright. Roger, roger. That's the cameras. Ah! This is so good. Secret Room 2014. So good. Man, I think Disco Faroon's gonna end up staying. High resolution secret texture. You never go secret. Secret.
Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems go.
Once you go secret, you never go backward.
Robin, how are you doing, friends? Welcome to Very Serious Video Games for Grown-Ups! Let's boogie! God, I just fucking love it. Disco secrets. Bible says this will go on forever, and I'm not hearing a problem.
No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control. Never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket.
So I will say, Robin, obviously it's wonderful to see you, and I don't want to chase you away, but this is a lot more than just like a textured up-res. So if you wanna chill and ill, obviously you're welcome. But this game is, there's so much to it, and especially as someone involved in video games, this will hit like a brick. So I don't want to spoil stuff. Like at the moment, we're mopping up some of the additionals to bring things to like a super close. But Secretly Robin, it's lovely to see you. I hope your secret project's going really well. Yeah, I hope you're doing real good, friend. Like, it's a rare day where I'll tell someone, hey, don't watch the stream. But I hope you understand it's because this really is something special. Oh yes, the keeping the baby out of the fire is still here. There's also a variation on that now, which is interesting. Now, let's go disable the mind control facility.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
Yeah. Well, Kimball, what I've seen is some people work out like macros to keep the baby out of the fire. Because 4 hours of pushing that button is more than I could do. I think mainly because I just kind of keel over. But it takes 4 hours to get. Okay, so we're doing freedom, so we're turning off the machine, right? I'm just double checking before we careen forward. And for those of you who don't know what I'm talking about, so in the OG Stanley Parable, there was one specific ending where you break the game enough where the narrator becomes infuriated and very much takes the role of the game creator and tries to elicit more feedback from you in kind of like a user testing environment. And it includes this game where you have to push a button to stop a baby from catching on fire. And the thing is, to get the baby game ending, you have to play it for 4 hours. That's 4 hours of pushing it. Oh yeah, and Kyle, you're right. They add a second button after 2 hours, so you can't just macro it all the way through. And Vanderbeest, thank you for filling the pint glass. All right.
When at last they came to the source of the room's power, Stanley and the bucket knew it was their obligation to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for.
Boom.
Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness. Was it over? Yes, they had done it. Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door. The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate. Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on Earth. Both of them wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end. True, it was a simple life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together, with one another to lean on, to trust, to support, and... What? Wait. What was happening? Why had the door stopped? Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed? An unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in uncertainty, until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave. Even the facility itself recognized the incredible presence of the bucket, needed the soothing warmth of the bucket, would go to any lengths not to part with the bucket. No. Stanley can't leave this place, not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms. Not while this building has anything to say about it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room. But at least he has the bucket. To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I? Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out.
It's kind of like a lot of the Philip K. Dick short stories in that it ends, but if you stop to think about how it ends, it's kind of messed up. Kind of a lot messed up. Alright, Kimball, where to next? No bucket, jump from the wooden platform into the cargo bay. Oh, just swan dive onto the boxes, right?
All of his co-workers were gone.
Roger.
What could it mean?
No
Stanley
bucket.
decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Nope. No memo for you.
When Stanley came to a set of two, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Oh, so jump...
Yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had
Hush
really
now,
got
narrator,
eager to
I'm
get
talking
back
to
business.
Kimball.
Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Okay, so Kimball, wooden platform. So it's secret passage. Now, do you mean the one... Hang on, I won't do anything until clarity. Because we've got one here where...
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Because there's the secret path down there, which I don't think we've done without the bucket. And then there's the platform. So, oh yeah, the vent that led to the tape recording, right? Okay. Here we go. Sadly, there are no more Stanlerines to collect. Okay. Don't go to the tape deck just yet. Roger.
Stanley had now gotten himself so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office
Go
had begun.
towards it,
So
but
far off
turn
the
right
beaten
instead.
path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun from so far off the beaten path, that it seemed the office had begun from so far off the beaten path, that it seemed the office had begun from so far off the beaten path, that it seemed the office had begun from so far off the beaten path, that it seemed the office had begun from so far off the beaten path, that it seemed the office had begun from so far off the beaten path, that it seemed the office had begun from so far off the beaten path, that it seemed the office had begun from so far off the beaten path, that it seemed the office had begun from so far off the beaten path, that it seemed the office had begun from so far off the beaten path, that it seemed the office had begun from so far off the beaten path, that it seemed the office had begun from so far off the beaten path, that it seemed the office had begun from so far off the beaten path, that it seemed the office had begun from so far off the beaten path, that it seemed the office had begun from so far off the beaten path, that it seemed the office had begun from so far off the beaten path, that it seemed the office had begun from so far off the beaten path, that it seemed the office had begun from so far off the beaten path, that it seemed the office had begun from so far off the beaten path, that it seemed the office had begun from so far off the beaten path, that it seemed the office had begun from so far off the beaten path, that it seemed the office had begun from so far off the beaten path, that it seemed the office had begun from so far off the beaten path, that it seemed the office had begun from so far off the beaten path, that it seemed the office had begun from so far off the beaten path, that it seemed the office had begun from so far off the beaten path, that it seemed the office had begun from so far off the beaten path, that it seemed the office had begun from so far off the beaten path, that it seemed the office had begun from so far off the beaten path, that it seemed the office had begun from so far off the beaten path, that it seemed the office had begun
because I can shimmy up off the tapes.
That it seemed the office had begun from so far off the beaten path, that it
Yeah, so I
seemed
can
the
shimmy
office
up
had
to
begun
here.
from so far off the beaten path, that it seemed the office had begun from so far off the beaten path, that it seemed the office had begun from so far off the beaten path, that it seemed the office had begun from so far off the beaten path, that it seemed the office had begun from so far off the beaten path, that it seemed the office had begun from so far off the beaten path, that it seemed the office had begun from so far off the beaten path, that it seemed the office had begun from so far off the beaten path.
At some point,
that it seemed the
either
office
we
had
have to
begun
proc
from
this
so
ending,
far
or
off the
someone's
beaten
gonna have to put a
path.
sick beat
That it
over this
seemed
because
the
I
office
need.
had begun from so far off the beaten path, that it seemed the office had begun from so far off the beaten path, that it seemed the office had begun
Okay,
from
do
so
the tape.
far off the beaten
Roger,
path,
Roger.
that it seemed the office had begun from so far off the beaten path, that it seemed the office had begun.
You didn't think I was actually just a recording, did you? What a silly and trite explanation that would be. All the back and forth between you and me, all the absurd adventures we've been through, and it all turns out I'm just a tape recording? It was all just in Stanley's head. I bet that's the kind of twist you think is revelatory. I bet each and every time you watch a movie where it turns out all to be in the main character's imagination, you must absolutely bolt off the couch in pure shock at the phenomenal and intricate storytelling. It must be so simple to be you. Life being an unending waterfall of surprises and delights. How much more exciting you must find the world than the rest of us do. Now I've become sad. Look what you've done to me. This is all your fault.
Okay. Where to now?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Alnus, thank you for laying down a beat to that one. Okay, no bucket, answer the phone. That's up the cargo lift. Okay. Sorry, bucket! We're kind of, well, I wouldn't say Stanley Parable speedrun at this point, but we're mopping up the
When Stanley
additionals.
came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Wow. Yes, this room. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Seriously though, friends, watching Severance and playing this,
Stanley was so bad
a
at
hell of a
following
shot chaser.
directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing in
The
your
threatening
trust in
purr in
someone
his
else can
voice
be
always
difficult,
worries me.
But the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself.
Only 3 non-baby
Not
endings
asking for me,
left.
I'm asking further. This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself. To put your work aside. To let her back into your life. She's been waiting. That's her, Stanley.
Oh, Stanley, is that you? Hold on, sweetie. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm just pulling the bread out of the oven. All right. Okay, there we go. All right, now, I want you to come in and tell me all about
Your damn
Gotcha. Oh, come on. Did you actually think you had a loving wife who'd want to commit their life to you? I'm trying to make a point here, Stanley. I'm trying to get you to see something. Come inside. Let me show you what's really going on here.
Meanie.
This is a very sad story about the death of a man named Stanley.
Good morning, employee. Press X on your controller.
Stanley is quite a boring fellow. He has a job that demands nothing of him, and every button that he pushes is a reminder of the inconsequential nature of his existence.
Oh, don't make me tase you. Please, press Y.
Look at him there, pushing buttons, doing exactly what he's told to do. Now he's pushing a button. Now he's eating lunch. Now he's
Now I
going
want
home.
lunch.
Now he's coming back to work. One might even feel sorry for him, except that he's chosen this life.
Yeah, now I want lunch.
But in his mind, in his mind, he can go on fantastic adventures. From behind his desk, Stanley dreamed of wild expeditions into the unknown, fantastic discoveries of new lands. It was wonderful. And each day that he returned to work was a reminder that none of it would ever happen to him.
Press X to watch TV.
And so he began to fantasize about his own job. First, he imagined that one day while at work, he stepped up from his desk to realize that all of his co-workers, his boss, everyone in the building had suddenly vanished off the face of the earth. The thought excited him terribly.
Press down to spend some time with the boys. Also, anyone else been watching new series of The Boys? Like, I'm not going to say anything, but... Oh! It's not fucking around.
So he went further. He imagined that he came to 2 open doors and that he could go through either. At last, choice. It barely even mattered what lay behind each door. The mere thought that his decisions would mean something was almost too wonderful to behold.
Press across to prepare dinner. Okay, this game's making me hungry.
As he wandered through this fantasy world, he began to fill it with many possible paths and destinations. Down one path lay an enormous round room with monitors and mind controls. And down another was a yellow line that weaved in many directions. And down another was a game with a baby. And he called it the Stanley Parable.
Press A to tell your kids a story. Fucking hell.
It was such a wonderful fantasy, and so in his head, he relived it again, and then again, and again, over and over, wishing beyond hope that it would never end, that he might always feel this free. Surely there's an answer down some new path, mustn't there be? Perhaps if he played just one more time.
Please press down to tell your wife you love her.
But there is no answer. How could there possibly be? In reality, all he's doing is pushing the same buttons he always has. Nothing has changed. The longer he spends here, the more invested he gets, the more he forgets which life is the real one. And I'm trying to tell him this, that in this world he can never be anything but an observer, that as long as he remains here, he's slowly killing himself. But he won't listen to me. He won't stop. Here, watch this. Stanley, The next time the screen asks you to push a button, do not do it.
If I remember rightly, it will literally wait here for an eternity until we push the button. Yeah, the natural light is fucking... They've gone to town so hard in so many ways they didn't have to, that it continues to impress me, friends.
You see? Can he just not hear me? How can I tell him in a way that he'll understand that every second he remains here, he's electing to kill himself? How can I get him to see what I see? How can I make him look at himself?
Press A to question nothing.
I suppose I can't. Not in the way I want him to. But I don't make the rules. I simply play to my intended purpose, the same as Stanley. We're not so different, I suppose. I'll try once more to convey all this to him. I'm compelled to. I must. Perhaps, well, maybe this time he'll see. Maybe this time. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried...
Bum-ba-da-dum, ba-dum, ba-dum. Oh, fascinating. So Aldous is saying that apparently they wanted to replicate the Source engine lighting on the windows. God, imagine taking the amount of time to try and replicate old engine stuff like that. Fucking yo. Okay. Where to next? Do we need to restart? Do we need to adventure? And/or what, ho friend? Well, sadly I cannot help with the great woes of the world. Pour yourself a cuppa, have a breather. We're mopping up the very, very proper end of the Stanley Parable.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Okay, so no bucket, go to the boss's office, trigger the escape pod ending. Now, that's the one where we nip in and then nip out as the doors close, right? Roger, roger. See, I have been paying attention.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Alright, so... Oh. So, alright.
Stepping into the manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was being held from him?
Once more with feeling!
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room to check on his co-workers. He never functioned well by himself and constantly needed support and guidance from others, so the thought of total solitude was terrifying to him. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Let's try that once more with feeling.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Stepping in...
Nailed it! Boof! Oh, sorry that took 2 tries. Still love the beige pages. Alright. And away we go. Think away we go. I've got the feeling money's for stealing, but not yours, of course. Say, It's a lovely purse. Alright, so this takes us back to the beginning. Cue the I'm going back in time song from Back to the Future. No new content for us. Alright, then side doors open. And away we go. You are now leaving. Oh, here we go. Climbing up some stairs to the escape pod. Heading out of here in an escape pod. Meta narrative. It's all around. Honestly, I did have a feeling that when we started playing this, it would be very difficult to deconstruct. Because how can you deconstruct something that's deconstructing itself, you know? How can you pull something apart that isn't itself just a pile of sand? But I mean, this absolutely has not disappointed. And I guess it's the 1-2 punch of it. With a lot of the other games we play about game creation, game development, art, they tend to pick one lane, one thread, and pull on it. Whereas this is very capable of dancing between the meta of creating a sequel to something very successful, but also just adding a level of ridiculousness. Oh, Kleimball, you're always welcome to nerd out here. I mean, that's what we do. I wish there were more games that we could all get stuck into in the same way, you know? Alright. Let's get the hot heck out of here. Like, you'll think you've heard me nerd out, but you've never been trapped in a conversation with me when I get talking about, like, Romero-era zombie films or, you know, the importance of giant robots. Andorf says they saw a game on sale on Steam they think you need to play. Okay. Make me your recommendation. Oh, whiteboard ending!
All his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Woohoo! Whiteboard ending! But also... dog mode! The game is now 1,000 times better. Yeah, pop time is on max. Okay, Kyle says, go to the basement. Bucket or no bucket? Okay, I have no sense of rhythm. No bucket. Sorry, bucket. Just me and the dog. Alright.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
So, basement is left, but down instead of up towards the boss, right? Or is it jump off the elevator? Oh! Cultist Simulator. So, Andorf... Cultist Simulator is an interesting title, but it's definitely on my no-fly list. One of the... I think the person who heads up that studio is a real bad POS. And has used some very prominent people in the industry to shield himself from criticism of a lot of stuff. And there's bad shit going on with that guy that I can't talk about. And I hate that. I hate that, you know, our industry is reliant on whisper networks. But while Cultist Simulator is an interesting game mechanically, I'll never do it on stream. I'm not giving that guy our time or our support. Ah! So Sindrin, thank you for the 100. And Stanley took the door and the bzzzt. Now, Alnus, you're right. Stacklands from Sockpop is absolutely worth checking out. And I think I got that on sale. Yes! So I've got that one to show. Now, Andorf, I don't mean that against your good self. There's no way you could have known that.
Stanley just stood there doing nothing at all. He seems to think I have nothing better to do with my time than to sit around and describe every fascinating little detail of his inability to do anything. This is why Stanley and I are on such good terms.
But yeah, so basement and then down. Oh, so Andorf, if you wanted to just, like, if you wanted to have me screaming, it's not a cult, Cult of the Lamb is coming out this week.
There was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Except for we don't go up, we go down.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Oh yes, Dorchester, yeah, the Shrouded Isle. The Shrouded Isle's fucking great.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all. None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating?
Do you hear the barking, baby boy?
This is all too strange. This can't be real.
Amos is not impressed by the Stanley Parable.
He came to the conclusion
if it's not soft anime, he doesn't give a shit.
He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming! He yelled. This is all a dream. Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all.
Oh, down on the dwarf, have a lovely rest of your night.
I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So, he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground. Then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking?
Internal monologue.
Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought it all very odd, and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself, believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself? Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life. Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream.
Dog bark, dog bark, dog bark.
So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up. He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of a world outside this one. Let me wake up, he thought to himself.
Anti-blue
I'm
abomination,
through with
plateau and
this
welcome.
dream. I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please, it's all I want. I want my apartment, and my wife, and my job. All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been. My life is normal. I am normal. Everything will be fine. I am okay.
Nope.
Stanley began screaming. Please, someone, wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? And everything went black. This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments, she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy. This much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't. It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day, the very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
The barking absolutely makes that ending. Okay, Climball says, restart the game, play Stanley Parable 8. Okay, and whilst I'm doing that, let me quit to menu. Okay, I do need to show, though, to those of you who just joined us, welcome to the Stanley Parable 6 Unforgivable Printer Jam. But I do want to show... Look what showed up! Yay! For those of you who don't know, this was sent in by Hookshot and is the t-shirt from their game, The Sacred Acorn. And it showed up, and I got to open it, and it was a really lovely gift, and it made me smile a whole bunch. So if I can thank you. Okay, and Dorcas, have a lovely rest of your afternoon, friend. But it does mean we now have to decide what the Stanley Parable 7 is going to be called. I think a fistful of didgeridoo or a fistful of human condition I think is pretty good. A fistful of human conditions does actually sound like a Stanley Parable game. Stanley Parable 7, a fistful of human condition. A fistful of didgeridoo. Syndrin says a fistful of chemicals. Sounds like a fun evening. It does. Obviously, we would never condone the use of illegal substances on this, Twitch.television. Of course not. Destruction of laser. That's not bad, but that sounds more like your wrestling super move, Jackie. Yeah, I want to go with a fistful of human condition. Infinite Didge. That's not bad. But no, this is... it feels like the most Stanley Parable title we could get. Ah! So, Kaiba, we need to back out one more time and jump back in, right? Kaiba's basically playing our Stanley Parable guide. The role of the guide, not the actual guide. It's, you know, whenever we talk about Stanley Parable stuff, I always feel the need to be very specific. Okie dokie. The Stanley Parable 8. Here we go. Legend of Train Station. Daughter Baby. Wacky Cheese. Scary Cheese. Legend of Cheese. Legend of Baby. Legend of Co-worker does actually, again, sound pretty on point. Atomic Cheese. I'm pretty sure that's a most heinous condition. Half employee, half baby. Yes! Yeah, half employee, half baby. Let's go! Yeah, that feeling when you get your first job out of college. Half employee, half baby, all metal. Let's go! Oh, begin the game? Alright. Alright. Can't be here headbanging all afternoon. Oh! 8. The Stanley Parable! Of course the door doesn't open.
Hold on. What's this?
Shall we?
8. 8. 8. 8.
The Stanley Parable 8? No. This doesn't look right at all. The Stanley Parable takes place in an office building. There are doors and branching paths. This is just a button that says 8.
Yes, it does.
Where did the Stanley Parable go?
8. 8. 8.
I don't know, I'm having a great time.
8. 8.
Is the Stanley Parable behind us? It is not.
8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8.
What's behind the Skinner box? Nothing. It's just wood.
8. 8. 8.
Well, I'm looking around and I really can't find the game anywhere. No boss's office or mind control facility or any of that. Literally just this 8 button. And what's worse is that you seem to be having a better time with this nonsense game than with the story I wrote for you. I'm actually a little insulted.
8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8.
I mean, I am having a good time, I won't lie.
8. 8. 8. 8. 8.
Kaimball, is that 8? I mean, friends, you know what? This is a group experience. Feel free to play along. Red Burning Dragon, close but no cigar. If any one of you want to join in this as a co-op game, feel free to press 8 on your keyboards now.
8. 8. 8.
I mean, there's what, 30, 35 people here? We could turn this into a co-op group experience.
8. 8.
Well, I don't know what happened to the Stanley Parable or what the 8 button is, but apparently you're having a riveting time with it. And frankly, I don't even want to pander to someone who finds this enjoyable. So with that, I guess just go ahead and enjoy the Stanley Parable 8.
If anyone has an extra number that they can lend to Sadlin, who's managed to make it to 7, and the spooky ghost just throwing in 8 bits.
8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8.
I choose to believe Syndrin 7+1 is a character class rather than
8.
an addition.
8. 8. 8. 8.
See, the thing is, if this game was presented to us directly, this would be mildly annoying. But the fact that we are annoying an invisible narrator with it
8.
creates
8.
joy.
8.
Bondi Atuato, friend.
8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8.
Although again, since Andorf said 8, as in to consume, I am once again hungry.
8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8.
Huh. Syndrin laying the hot facts on us. I did not know that.
8. 8. 8. 8.
Caffeine's like, don't make me come up there.
8.
You,
8.
the uncrowned lord of long number
8.
strings.
8.
The amount of times the poor Welsh text-to-speech guy has had to read out
8.
numbers far beyond that which we may ever
8.
know.
8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8.
And yes, Lizzie is the Jarl.
8. 8.
Huh.
8.
Yeah, after 8 mints. Named thusly
8.
because they're designed to be eaten after dinner, after 8 o'clock.
8. 8. 8. 8.
See, Lizzie, I would usually have to say, don't threaten me with a good time.
8.
Except for with your current Yeldum. That's exactly what's happening.
8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8.
This is an art
8.
exhibition at this point.
8. 8. 8.
This is the main verse for my new techno band debut song.
8.
Kaibo says, how long after 8 o'clock? I mean, I believe once the clock has struck 8, you can hit the after 8 minutes.
8. 8.
Only with the beret. Yeah, see, if I put the beret on, then it's an art exhibition. What was that? Was Lizzie felled? Bacon Avenger, thank you for the 200 bits. Lizzie's Yalden was notable, vocal, and interesting. But in the end, the ghosts come for us all.
8.
All hail, Ghost Jarl!
8.
Ghost Jarl the Spooky has returned!
8.
But seriously, whoever that was, that is 1,000 bits. That's $10 to keeping this going. Sincerely, thank you.
8. 8.
No mods, no Jarls. Only ghosts.
8. 8. 8.
So Kimball says that's the 8 ending. Now we just head on out and come back in again.
8. 8.
Friends, you never know when the
8.
ghosts are going to arrive.
8. 8.
Okay, restart the game. Just like quit to desktop, come back, or just begin the game again. And while so quit out. Okay. Incredibly metal. Syndrin's just dropping 8 facts on us now. Have you dropped 8 facts yet? God, these are good. I often wonder how much of these were just madcap ideas sprung forth like during development. How much pre-planning went into all of these? Steam, don't you feckin' dare. Okay. So I say Steam, we don't need... I'm not too worried about the cloud sync here of our Stanley Parable playthrough. Davey! Sorry. Alright, the Stanley Parable 9. The final printer jam? Doodaloo-doo. Doodaloo-doo-doo. Yeah, I'm going to Stanley Parable 9, the final printer jam. Intern to Monkeys isn't bad, Vanderbeest. Okay. Lead on, Dick Heimble, lead on. Begin!
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Shwam.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Turn the machine on, no bucket. Do you mean the mind control machine, or
no matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-worker.
Or the little switches? So yeah, main path, turn the machine on. Roger, roger. I reserve the right to put the disco on, though. Like...
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors,
like, Kimball, you've given me great knowledge and great power.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was being... Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk. That kind of anxiety isn't healthy, so he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music. Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway.
Onward. I feel that the more you play Stanley Parable, the more it reflects upon you. Like, I was pondering this, that the experience of playing a game like this with all of you lot means that there's someone to observe reactions.
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long.
So Pondius, you know, I might not have told you, I love the Everhood soundtrack wholeheartedly. And I have anxiety right after that kind of anxiety isn't healthy. Says they appreciate this the more they play. Absolutely. It's feckin' phenomenal. I believe we're mopping up the last of the elements here. And after that, who knows?
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Yeah, well, see, I know I'm kind of repeating things for our Longshipian friends who've been watching this, but one of the things that's fascinating is how the narrator changes from being like friend, antagonist, desperate creator, obsessed writer, dependent on the path we go down. It's fucking brilliant. Kaimos is like, this is the last one. Okay. So, lights on!
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
The question is, does he have the strength to partay? So, to Anxiety, Watto and welcome. If we haven't met before, my name's Will. It's lovely to make your acquaintance. I worked in video games for like 10 years. And now I do this for a living.
Now
so,
the monitors jumped to life. Their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
And Lyris, Watto friend, happy afternoon. I hope things are going well with your lovely self. And I believe so.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
So I guess also to Anxiety. Sorry, you showed up here new, so it means I get to pick on you conversationally. The other titles in kind of like our little best catalogue of games about game development. Have you played The Magic Circle, The Hex, or I guess The Beginner's Guide being kind of like the big three? I'm so going to start boogie mode. I'm so ready. Wee. And here we go. God, I love it. William hides the best secrets! That's me! It's not me. It's not me.
He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world?
Disco Perun gets it. Disco Perun gets it. Okay.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life.
Except
for
that then he
would
did.
dismantle the controls once and for all. Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself? Is that what you wanted? Control? Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are said to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say, 2 minutes. Now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you, about me, where we're going, what all this means. I barely know where to start. What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are? A moment of solace before you're obliterated? All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though, this version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock. Why not? These are precious additional seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees. Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off? I mean, look at you. Running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these colored ones. Or maybe this big red button, or this door.
Oh God, I forgot this ending completely.
Something here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? Won? Solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is? Stanley, you're in for quite a disappointment. But here's a spoiler for you. That timer isn't a catalyst to keep the action moving along. It's just seconds ticking away to your death. You're only still playing instead of watching a cutscene because I want to watch you for every moment that you're powerless. To see you.
I forgot how sadistic he gets.
This is not a challenge. It's a tragedy. You wanted to control this world, that's fine. But I'm going to destroy it first, so you can't. Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No ending here, just you being blown to pieces. Will you cling desperately to your frail life, or will you let it go peacefully? Another choice. Make it count, or don't. It's all the same to me, all a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say, happily ever after.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Greetings. Death approaches.
Greetings. Death approaches.
Compliment Cap, how are you doing today? What? Oh, and welcome. Hello, hello. How goes it, friend? Also, there's the sheer number of lengthy sprees of people throwing subs out. I was saying this earlier. I don't know how to process 44 months in time Now, Kybal says, other than the baby ending, they've all been done now.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
All right, let's see what is still on the Chivo's block. So, complete the Stanley Parable in under 4 minutes. Super go outside. Don't play it for 10 years. Play the Stanley Parable for the entire duration of a Tuesday. What? So we fucking did it. Actually, so Kymble, how do we get back to the Memory Palace? Because that was one ending that I felt was feckin' fascinating, and I'd like to revisit it. Just because I felt like it's one that we hit very, very early on. So, no bucket, escape route. So that is... So, Kymble, that's the middle path with no bucket, right? Okay, main path just before mind control, sorry. Wait, no, that's the museum. I'm thinking about the one where you revisit all the reviews and content from the Stanley Parable. I can't remember if we can get that now. So Comda Cap says they're doing lovely. Been spending the evening reading up on Picasso for school things. Lovely. Oh God. I mean, I guess, Loris, that's the challenge, because not everything in... what is an ending in the Stanley Parable ends up getting very, very meta. But you know the one I mean, Kymble, where it goes through, like, the glowing reviews of the Stanley Parable, and it ends up... Yeah, it ends up adding the skip button. Hey, we're in no rush. It gives me a chance to chat with all of your lovely selves. And I hope you're all doing splendid. And Pondius, it was lovely catching up with you. So sleep well and have a lovely rest of your evening. My weekend actually did have a smidgen of interesting things happen. Some very, very good friends of ours were playing at, and I quote, and I kid you not, Honkfest 2022. Sorry, Honkfest West, which was a myriad of mobile and marching bands. And some friends that Fiona and I know were playing, so it was an outdoor event so we could bring the dogs. So despite being very, very haggard and exhausted, I dragged my ass out of bed, we took the puppers, and we got to see a post-apocalyptic marching band, and it was awesome. We also got to see some proper taiko drums. Fiona didn't like it that I kept saying... I kept apologising for not getting her a Honkfest gift. Along with, that's not very Honkfest of you. Salem says they went to one of the Honkfest West after parties. It was very much an experience out of a movie. We were kindly invited to one, but I believe that was either Friday or Saturday night. And me, ukulele no good. Ukulele no good. The only other interesting thing that happened to me over the course of the weekend was I got to try Stinging Nettle Ale. I will not be going into a bout of the poor me's, but I decided to give myself a break from everything, and I just took my book down to the bar, one of the little local bars, and they had Stinging Nettle Ale on tap. So I sat there reading, well, I should say rereading The Hogfather and drinking Stinging Nettle Ale. That's the thing that I did. Salem says for their Honkfest, it was dual post-apocalyptic marching bands, instruments that spit fire, folks cruising through the industrial district streets on electric tricycle with metal wheels. Now that's awesome. It strikes me as very Dead Baby Downhill, you know? Lizzie's asking, are we looking for the BAFTA that was stolen from the original game? Okay, Kybal says, so sadly we can only access it by resetting our data. And I don't think we need to go to that extent. Let's go hang out. Let's go hang out the new content.
Stanley thought to himself, this is a bucket. And indeed it was.
Also, we haven't finished all of our jumps off, so that's what I'm going to do. J-Po says the name they always remember from Honkfest was Emperor Norton's Stationary Marching Band. Ah!
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this Ultra Deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this Ultra Deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
Never gonna get tired of that reveal. So yeah, I'm going to take us over to the show floor.
Yes,
I'm going to use up our jumps.
It's far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions. Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
It still hurts me, all the
I haven't
marketing
quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
Alna says, can we try taking the bucket to the gym button? Yeah, I'm down. Because we didn't get to try that the first time, and we'll probably annoy the absolute hot heck out of him still by mashing Jim.
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and... Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role-play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of
No, I think we're just going to annoy the narrator some more.
I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim. I want you to imagine yourself living as Jim. Whoa, hold on. I wasn't finished setting up the backstory. If you don't properly roleplay as Jim, then you'll never understand the impact of this button. Otherwise, it's just a stupid button that says somebody else's name. Okay, we're doing it again, and this time let me finish first. Now, allow yourself to become Jim. Imagine yourself driving to work as Jim, playing... All right, fine, whatever. It's just a meaningless button that says Jim. Are you happy now? Get out of here. I'm done with this button. Why don't you go humiliate me in front of a different feature that I worked very hard on?
I think I will. And I can't remember if taking the bucket into the infinite hole changes anything.
Maybe I'll only let people named Jim play the Stanley Parable too.
Wah,
They
wah,
would
wah.
appreciate what I've created here.
Right, it's time to use up our jumps.
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
It's time to use up our jumps, unless there's something I should not do. Lyris, sadly, I believe that the double jump feature doesn't come into the Stanley Parable series until Stanley Parable 7.
You know what, Stanley? I actually think the jump circle was a pretty good idea. I'd like to hang on to that for the sequel.
Jump around, jump up, and get down. Alright, friends, here we are. The final jump. We really got to savor this jump. All of the upward and downward velocity, all the sensations, the G's. Maybe even throw a little bit of a wiggle spin in there. Hop a char. And you're right, Alnus. At the Stanley Parable 9, we should have quad jump by now, but... Nope, that's it. No more jumps. We're done. We are jumpless. I have a feeling the Stanley arenas have not been restocked either. Out of order. You've been here already. Bum ba da dum ba dum ba dum bum ba da dum ba dum ba. We've been to the magical hall of settings. I'll throw myself in an infinite hole. Let's see how it goes.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game.
Oh,
this
bucket.
Is, in fact,
when two buckets
hole
collide,
that you can fall
the result
down
is
forever.
catastrophic.
That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall
Fucking
to
whee!
the end of time if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium. You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do
thank you so much for helping us
now
get
then,
all of that
since
we could
you've gotten
find.
to see the
I
infinite
have
third,
thoroughly enjoyed
you
nerding
can
out on
press
all of
the
this with you.
teleport button to pop back.
I've thoroughly enjoyed nerding out on all of this, and thank you for being our guide. Sailing with, and this is what it's like when buckets collide. Powerman 5000. If only you had more than one song. But no, Kimball, this has been feckin' lovely. So thank you. Thank you.
Back up to the top, and we can continue onward.
Spoiler, I will not be going back up to the top.
Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top. Maybe do it on the sooner rather than later spectrum of things.
Pause.
Okay, Stanley. I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole. Is it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity.
What's your
From one
definition of
perspective,
infinity?
The infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a...
Gong.
Okay, well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole. You found me out, Stanley. I'm a liar and a cheat, and you're so clever. Look, I think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by falling. What normal person actually wants to fall infinitely? I figured the hole was as deep as anyone would actually need. Don't you put this on me. Maybe you're the problem. Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole
mostly infinite. If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up here when you're ready.
This was one part I wanted to revisit, so I'm going to enjoy this.
Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you... Oh, for heaven... You see, I was right. The problem is you. The problem is that you like holes too much. Not normal. A normal person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there. Goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of... Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time? I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above. Had enough? I'm positively thrilled. Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where... Wow. Okay. Yes. I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call
In
the
the words
hole
of the late
infinitely...
great Tom Petty, I'm free falling.
Free falling! Until we're not. Bacon, thank you for the bits.
Deep. Even
Don't
by the
encourage
lax
me.
overall standards for accountability and marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter. Well, there it is. The shame of my lie has come to haunt me. Not only is the hole not infinite, but it's barely even a hole at this point. It's more of a... How is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge? You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on.
So I believe now we just have to wait. Yeah, Alnus. This hole was made for us. Oh, god darn it. Now I want to put this hole was made for me into that fecking AI generator and see what it gives us. Or do we have to hop out one more time? I forget. Oh. The button stops working.
Is the teleport button not working? You sure? Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation. It was working just a moment ago. Try it again.
Alice is like way ahead of you.
Still nothing? Well, I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley. You couldn't bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for. It's a win for everyone. You get to be with the hole, I get to do literally anything else. Take care, Stanley. I hope you and the hole have a wonderful rest of eternity together.
This seems bad. Alright. And any moment now. Any moment now. There we go. Now it's time to get arty again. We didn't do this with the bucket before, though. I wonder if we get to customize the bucket. Should we just do the funky hole? Because there's a lot of tunes we can go through. Puppies!
Stanley? Stanley? Stanley?
Oh.
Oh, good, you're awake. It seems you had sort of dozed off there, drifting away into dreamland. But we can't have that, Stanley, because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want to miss a single moment. So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really, truly focused on the hole? From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole, and I'm looking forward to all of them. Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back. Toodle-pip.
Yeah, Lyra's, some of the elements of this game, if you take them literally, it's just twisted torture. Like I said, like the narrator often flits between being like frustrated creator and, you know,
Here we are.
sadistic
Go on.
keeper.
Try out some of the new features.
Taste the sequel.
An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, yes, it will go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
And we did. I kind of wonder if we should do the epilogue one more time before we draw the Stanley Parable to a close. Like, friends, I am absolutely not done hanging out with your good selves today. God, it's almost 5 o'clock. Time flies when you're hanging out with lovely people. Great job!
Ah,
You did
I
it!
can see you've gotten the Settings World Champion achievement. Well done. You've experienced every setting, traveled to all corners of the settings menu. There's nothing you haven't seen. So, just for you, in the Stanley Parable 2, I'm including an entirely new setting, something called bumpscosity. What exactly is bumpscosity? Well, I haven't quite figured that part out yet, but I just know that you'll be able to adjust it on some sort of slider, and that it'll be available from the settings menu. We'll sort the rest of the details out later. I hope you're looking
You've
forward
just
to
been
trying out
informed
every
that
level
40
of
months have passed.
bumpscosity.
How long have we been in Soma?
God, well, we got trapped in Soma long before... Yeah, we got trapped in Soma long before subs were available, so... God. Is it 4? Is it 5? What even are years? What if the part of Soma we're in has the time sped up or slowed down? What is time to those of us in Soma? XD Johnny XP, how are you doing, friends? God, we got so much that's going to be happening this week.
In the Stanley Parable 2.
Actually, did we get bumpscosity? So general, there we go. We do have bumpscosity at 100%. I'm glad I made sure like we have max bumpscosity. So yeah, I think we'll do the epilogue one more time, and then I don't know. Let's pour a cup of tea. Let's chat about this. Like, honestly, I feel I've been talking at you all a lot, but having a chance to actually stop and digest this and have a ponder on it sounds pretty bloody good. Just heading out to the exit. Just in case anybody wants to pick anything up from the gift shop.
All right. Have you seen everything you wanted to? Ready to move on now?
The thing I find haunting is that the big art pieces do look like some titles that I've seen and that have been...
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay.
Are you ready?
Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2.
Oh, we got 36 more jumps. Nice.
Well, I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on. Let me do a different arrangement.
I haven't actually trying to
Yes.
break into here
Yes,
yet.
this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2. Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first.
Oh, okay. So, Sinful Delight, what and welcome. It is a hard thing to say. This is the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, as I'm sure you've seen, as Twitch.television is very good at informing. However, we've done it. We have gone through all this game has to offer. I think sans one little Easter egg that requires some very tricky maneuvers. This game is very special. It is a meditation on video games, the relationship to creator and player. It's a discussion about very real and very arty-farty topics all at once. And as much as I hate the idea of chasing someone away when they come to hang out, if you haven't seen this, I highly recommend picking up a copy for yourself and just playing it. Yes, Andorf, you're correct. I've Stanley'd all the parables. We're going to have a little trundle around the epilogue in just a second. But I don't want to spoil it for you. I mean, Lyris isn't wrong. The bucket is Stanley's friend. But, Sinful, there's so much more to it. So, if you want to stick with, you are more than welcome. But if you have the time and the fiscally responsible funds to do so, get a copy of this game and play it for yourself, because I don't want to be the one that takes this away from you. Other than that, I hope things are going very well with yourself. Lovely to see you. But you know how there's some games that you can only experience once, and I wouldn't want to take that away from anybody. So I'm going to continue with it, but if you choose to stick with us, know that you're at maximum spoilers.
Game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly... I suppose it could, but it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2. Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
Oh, Sinful says fair vendor season is kicking off. I mean, hopefully it's going really well. Having finally come to understand what the Ren Fair entails, I am very much, hoping we have the cash for it and looking forward to trying to give it a crack this year. There will be a lot of challenges to overcome, but the idea of getting to do it sounds feckin' brilliant. Just got to get myself all... I believe the weekend that we'll be able to do it was Pirate Weekend, so I have to pirate it up. Anyway, yeah, I want to go through the epilogue one more time, friends. And then, for those of you that fancy it, let's have a chat, let's have a natter. Like, have a think about what this has delivered to you so far. What the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe has said that's really resonated with you. Although, Bacon, next time I have to encounter the turkey leg, I'm going to be a lot more hungry when I do. Because that is an inordinate amount of food. But yes, Bacon, I do want to grab a turkey leg and scream about indie video games. I don't know. I think I've been on a really weird kicker recently. Like, when I got back from GDC and I got stuck in this room for a week and change, I rewatched Devs whilst recovering from the exhaustion of it all. I finished Severance recently. I've been kind of focusing on some very weird art, and there's something about this epilogue that's really resonating with me, and I'm not quite sure what it is yet. And usually, Deus, I'd agree with you. I had seen it already before, so I knew what was going to drop. And I can't think of another show that I despised the first time I watched it and loved the second time. I can't hear you over the chair storm! Speak up! Let's see if the bucket's still there. Actually, you know what? I might leave the bucket. God, I wonder if we can just walk out into the infinite. Let's see how far this adventure goes. Oh, that far. But no, yeah, Deus, I'd already seen Devs, so I knew what was coming. And seriously, I cannot, like I was saying, I cannot think of another show that I watched, hated, rewatched, and loved. Like, it took me a long time to be able to digest a lot of what it was trying to say. Yeah, Deus, it's an absolutely fascinating concept. And, I mean, visually, it's so incredibly striking. I don't know. Maybe it's just, like, since I first watched Devs, the amount of time I spend in titles like this, it's kind of gotten me to look at things beyond the immediate. I kept asking friends that worked in and around San Francisco what their feelings were on the show, but none of them had seen it. Okay, before we get on to the deconstruction of this, can any of you think of a show that you watched, hated, and then would end up loving? Because I'm really struggling to think of another. Like, I mean, for myself. Dave says Evangelion. You know what? That's fair. cookie. Damn it. What? Sorry, Sinful. That was me wrapped up in video game stuff. Like, you know, we've got Discord. If you want to post like a link directly to your shop, like we've got a self promotion there, and that way I can have a little look see after stream. Gotta find the Stanley button again. Is it here?
Jim.
No. Ah, it was this one over here.
Stop that incessant clicking.
No! Fearless, that's feckin' kind of you. So Sinful, if you want to drop a link to your store just in, then you absolutely can. No! Don't beep at me! Phone. No. You should not be beeping right now.
Stanley.
I wonder what that is. I feel like there's so many little details here still to...
Stanley.
Still to find, you know? And we have collected all the tiny Stanley Reens.
Stop that incessant clicking.
And Fearless continuing on the hunt. And promoting Virgo Pro to the office of Yaldum. Playing Kingmaker in its entirety. Ah, okay, so this is the epilogue that sets us up for, like, all of the Stanley parables. We read through this earlier. The voice of the text. Again, this is the thing. If you want to get arty-farty with the Stanley parable, holy shit. Because there are 3 distinct entities. So you have the narrator, the voice in the museum, who appears to be like a meta-narrator, and then we have this text, which is separate from the narrator. Andorf says, do you get anything for collecting them? No, there is no reward. Collecting is its own reward. Together we're going to make the Stanley Parable 10. Okay, Stanley Parable 10. Temple of Challenge. Stanley's Little Spiders. Hot. Saturday Night Chemicals. No More Challenge. That's a bit on the nose. Stanley Parable 10. No more challenge. It's done. It's done. Stanley's Tiny Pencil is a little bit mean. A little bit on the nose. It's either me or the spiders is a threat. It's either me or the spiders. Stanley's Tiny Printer Jam. Saturday Night Printer Jam. You're all about the Printer Jams today. Alright. Stanley's Tiny Printer Jam. Saturday Night Printer Jam. That does sound like disco drugs. Disco drugs it is. The Stanley Parable 10, Saturday Night Printer Jam. It's absurd and I love it. Every time you restart the game, we'll advance the number sequel by 1 and we'll pick a new subtitle. That way, the The Stanley Parable will never end. Adding more content sounds like work. We need to do that. It'll just be the same content, recycled again and again and again, with a new title screen. What do you say? Should we go forward with this plan? I like it, but I want you to have a say in it. Feck hell yeah, let's do it. Let's see how our Saturday night printer jam looks. Since you have faith in my idea, I feel like giving you something as well. Oh, the broken achievement. Which did confuse the narrator something fierce. But yeah, sorry. With 3 distinct entities, they all play a very, very different place in this. The narrator's role changes depending on where we are. Nostalgic fan, creator, you know, game dev, critic, villain. Oh, one last thing we need to do. Please enter the current time. It will be almost 5 PM. And yes, I will be playing the adventure music while we have a natter about this game. Because it's stuck in my head. And here we go. Go. Go! Fucking time travel. Mecha Stanley. Giant Mecha Stanley. You know what? I'm just gonna roll the credits. Okay, but not to this tune. It's alright, we've played the credits more than once throughout our run, so I don't feel too bad. Just that's far too doom and gloom. Ah, and there we go. Right! No, you know what? Record scratch. We're going to save that for the credits. Okay. So the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe is done. I think aside from a couple of small Easter eggs, we've seen all that this title has to offer. And one, I'm
It's been a year? It's
certainly been more than 1 week since you look. Misado, thank you for a whole year. You have the final form. The final form of the Longship. What will you do with this power? What will you do? Yeah, how are you going and how was your Tuesday? We just finished up the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe Edition. And I'm, I guess, digesting it a little. Like... So the first thing I think about with this particular title is how it goes meta. Like, meta video games have been with us for quite some time now. Arguably, Beat Takeshi's NES experience might be one of the first meta titles, as it has not only you the player acting, but also acknowledging your involvement and often mocking you the player. I guess most people became aware of meta-narrative when it came to Spec Ops The Line, but that was meta-narrative designed to say something very specific. I guess trying to get users to think about what their role in things is. And it uses some very cheap tricks to kind of beat you over the head with it. Like, in retrospect, Spec Ops The Line is not the best example of meta-narrative, but it is a wonderful, wonderful teaching point. Other games tend to use meta-narrative as more of a snifter. You know, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention Eternal Darkness, which shows the unraveling of your character's sanity by affecting you, the player, directly. You know, a spider walking across the screen, faking deleting your save games, things like that. What was the other good example? I mean, I guess Bioshock the original, using the mechanics of video games to infer things within the narrative. A meta-narrative that doesn't make you step outside of yourself, but that makes you look at the mechanics of games and how we're funneled through an experience. Meta-narrative is incredibly hard to do, because anything beyond feels cheap. I mean, one-shot is still, in my humble opinion, the gold standard. And to that extent, one-shot as a title has had to ease off of how brutal it is, as to make the experience more accessible. For those of you who don't know, the game One Shot was called One Shot because originally you had one chance to finish it. If you closed the program, if you reset your PC, your character died. Just dead. As soon as you'd log back in, there was just a skeleton. The idea being is that you closed reality on this poor, lovely creature, on Nico, and in doing so, feckin' killed them. It made you commit to something. Doki Doki Literature Club's another meta-narrative title that people like to discuss at great length, and that's interesting because it takes the complete bizarrity of some of our video game concepts and video game tropes and says, what if the character knew where they were? You know, the whole hook of Doki Doki Literature Club is that one character is aware that they're in a dating game. They're cursed with the knowledge, yet unable to enact any agency in the space. Like, so that's where the Stanley Parable comes into such a fascinating world of its own. The core premise is the rejection of control. The video game tells you to go left, you go right. It's the polar opposite of Bioshock. Bioshock says, you know, would you kindly go do this objective? And so you do that objective, and the story progresses. There's a little bit on your HUD that tells you where to go. There's a description, there's a funnel. You're taken through it very carefully. And that is very much a big part of the narrative. There are very few points where in Bioshock you have freedom. I mean, it's a big part of thematics other than just taking Atlas Shrugged and putting a fun Art Deco wrapper on it. A lot of the time, meta-narrative elements are designed to punctuate, not themselves be a fluid story. Do you know what I mean? Like, we are aware. Overwatch ain't shit. Undertale, the polar opposite of Overwatch, is very clear in its meta-narrative, and I won't go too much into the details just on the off chance, but the difference between the characters that address you, as in you the player, and address who you're playing as, becomes very pronounced and becomes a very big part of the story. You know, characters aware of the environment that they're in, that they are inside a video game, that they are inside this changeable space. It creates something very fascinating. But again, Overwatch's meta-narrative elements are there to make you think about your actions, like how you treat people. You know, the choice between kindness and brutality that is so commonplace in video games. But again, who is the narrator in the Stanley Parable? Is it the voice of the person making the game? Is it meant to be our reflection back at it? Is it an antagonist for us to fight against? The irony being is that in the mind control ending, where you find out, if you just take it as it is, you find out that Stanley has been in this mind control facility, and that Stanley then chooses to turn on the mind control machine, and the narrator becomes this nefarious villain, laughing gleefully as you push buttons manically, knowing that it will do your end. The narrator isn't anything more than a villain, laughing and cackling at your powerlessness. But in other endings, you are the rogue element. You know, you're the kid that runs out of the theme park, and they have no way of corralling you back. And the difference in the narrator's character, the narrator's purpose in both of those is night and feckin' day. In some particular paths and endings, the game is literally what it says. You are in a mind control facility, your name is Stanley, people are messing with you. In others, like, we're acknowledging that Stanley is in a game called the Stanley Parable, Ultra Deluxe, but that's not good enough. So we're going to change the whole game and move it forward. Like, how fresh and bizarre is that? If the Stanley Parable tried to do these all as one linear line through, ignoring the semi-linear nature of this particular title, like, the choices are very much on a branch and very, very well constructed. But if all of this was one big long line of a story, it would be incomprehensible. You'd never be able to follow who anyone was. But the thing I'd be really curious to do is go through the varying endings and see when the narrator stops calling Stanley Stanley and starts calling Stanley you. I'd be very fascinated to know which particular spaces are when the game doesn't acknowledge Stanley. And yeah, the one that still breaks my tiny brain is when you have the meta-narrator, the narrator of the narrator, who's deconstructing the game from a museum curator standpoint, narrating on the interactions between the narrator and Stanley as if to go another level higher. And I go, these are all things that were available in the Stanley Parable, you know, the 2013 banger. But I just feel like it warrants nattering about. I feel like it warrants discussing. Oh, just Sindri adding, Overwatch has a narrative? I mean, if it does, I'll eat my hat. God. Yeah, and just as a small aside, friends, the broom closet ending, or I will not come out of the closet, is 8 years old, was when I made that video. Yo. It's also from the period where I was wearing sunglasses when doing videos, because my sleep cycle and life was so poor as I looked like a gaunt, black-eyed skeleton. So I guess that's the question, friends. It's where do we sit in this grand adventure? Jackie's like, kind of how I feel these days. I mean, it's always entirely fine to just throw on a pair of shades and pretend like you haven't only slept for 2 hours. It's fine. It's fine. So, friends, if you have any thoughts or feels, if you have any comments or elements you want to throw in, now's the time. Like, I still got some dregs of coffee. I've still got a song in my heart. Although I haven't pitched 19.4 to anyone in about 3 minutes, so I will do again. What? I love the game. Don't judge me. No, I seriously love 19.4. It's fucking brilliant. And on Humble, it's like, yeah, it's 80% off right now, so you fucking deserve it. Jackie says, I haven't slept in 70... The guinea pigs have very strong opinions on the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. What was I going to say? Yeah, I think 4 days awake, no sleep is the most I've ever done, and I would not do that again, let me tell you. That was not fun! Thankfully, the games industry hasn't caught on fire while we went away. Yeah, well, so Lyris, we now have like a call and response because we have the guinea pigs there and then the guinea pigs in the other room. And occasionally they'll start yelling at each other, which is very entertaining. So yeah. The only other thing that I consider is the very looping nature of this title, allowing for some seriously fecked up ideas. The one that's going to be haunting me for a while is the skip button, which comes out of something so whimsical. It was actually something I wanted to play again, but according to Kimball and Peeps, sadly we can't get back to that without resetting the game. River, you're fine. So what you end up doing is the narrator becomes infuriated that the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe is not as good as the Stanley Parable OG, so decides to go into the Memory Palace and experience, you know, the highs, the dizzying success of the Stanley Parable. And we go through the Memory Palace and then kind of fall into another little area, which is the bad memories, the comments, the Steam user reviews. Upon which time, the narrator decides to take on board some feedback, which is, I wish there was a skip button. A small request. I wish I could skip the narrator's dialogue. And so the narrator gives that ability to us, and we push it. And this is where it starts getting dark. The amount of time between each skip doubles. So at first, the narrator's only skipped for a little bit of time. But then later on, the narrator is pleading with us. Like, each skip leaves them in a silent room with no one for weeks, months at a time. And then months start becoming years. And it's a very much a torturous perception of time. For us, it's a blink. For them, it's silence and solitude and isolation. For, like, later on, it's implied a very long time. And that's dark. That's really fucking dark shit. That's what I'll be thinking about for quite some time. A whimsical game about a man named Stanley that sits with your mental digestive tract like a half brick. Fucking yo. But yeah, so friends, if you have any thoughts or feels, any comments, now is the time, as I'd be genuinely curious to hear them. You know, I know a little bit of it does feel like we're restating what's already been said. You know, the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe is as much a meta-narrative deconstruction on itself as it is on video games as a whole. I've been sleeping in the club. God. In some regards, I wonder if the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe would have benefited from one thing. From one thing. You get one ending a day. And I thought about this, because I've been thinking about the nature about how we consume media quite a lot recently. I'm sorry I've told you all about this like 50 million times. It's still in my brain. Unfortunately, you're all in the vocal firing line, so blah, 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 blah. But Stranger Things, The Boys. I've watched all of Stranger Things as it currently has, loved it, but I consumed it in 2 days while I was a sad sack sitting around in my feckin' hand-me-down Adventure Time fuzzy pajamas. It was not a good weekend. God. There's still some people who haven't forgiven me for dropping off the grid for like 2-3 days, and I'm like trying to fix things. Anyway. Stranger Things. Consumed it with gusto over 2 days. The Boys. We got 3 episodes, and that's it. I'm gonna wait till Friday for more. And I'm hitting upon this thing of like the amount packed into those episodes, the amount of details and concepts and ideas is so much. And the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe is not too dissimilar. Any one of the newer modified endings, there's so much to unpick. There's so much to mull over and consider. I mean, the one, again, the ending I wish we could go back over again is the one where the narrator rereads these perfect glowing reviews, cherry-picking these elements from the success of the Stanley Parable. And it's something that, at times, we're all guilty of in our lives and our creations. And for those of you that have worked in the games industry, we've met people who are still resting on the laurels of that one game they made a gajillion years ago. I mean, shit, people come to hang out here, and I still tell them about the golden days of working on Total War and stuff like that. It's been feckin' donkey's years since I've been on that project. I still love it. But I'm at a point now where I have to actually stop and consider the bad points, you know? I too live in that little memory hut. You know, just thinking about those highs, and it's hard to remember the dark times now, which is good. You know, it's one of the plus sides of the human condition. But like, that on its own is more conversation about the experience of being in video games and working in video games than so many titles put out, and it's packed together in one little block. I wonder if creating a space between all these different endings and these different ideas would have made them hit harder, forcing us to ration our experiences. Robin spent all last week trying to teach a computer to talk about the weather. Lovely. Anyway, that's the only thing that I was pondering. There's so many details and touches to this, especially when it comes to the dialogue and the delivery of that dialogue. How everything is so carefully in lockstep to create this experience that, I don't know, I feel like I need to give it more time. That with the hyperbole brilliance of certain parts of the Ultra Deluxe, that maybe I'm missing out on some really clever subtleties. You know, it's easy to focus on the those videos and maybe miss little details that might have been rolled out for us, you know? I don't know. I'll be thinking about this a lot. Hey Fred, how you doing? I'm just musing on my ideas. We've done the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, and so we're just having a natter and a hangout now. Friends, this will probably be the only time this week where things are a bit calm. Tomorrow is the semi-start of the not E3 sessions. Technically, they sort of started with PlayStation State of Play last week. And also Limited Run did a faux CD-ROM video with a bunch of new announcements, including that if you buy the new Turtles game, if you buy the physical edition through Limited Run, you get, just as you did back in the day with the SNES version, a personal pan pizza from Pizza Hut. It's not even a good pizza. Oh, and Fred, sadly we lost most of our abilities to watch things like Strange New Worlds in a legal manner, so Fiona and I are trying to work out how we can see them in a legal sense that is not going to break the bank. So unfortunately I'm going to be behind on Strange New Worlds for a long time. So I think that's why I'm watching the Orville, it's just to kind of offset it. Luckily I saw Picard before we lost access to stuff, so... Which, I enjoyed Season 2. It's very much a fun bottle episode, but... Oh yeah, the Ferengi are definitely around. So Secret Robin, we've not done a stream of Kenshi. I've played it before. As I'm sure you well know, and at some point I hope to show people proper. God, we've got bloody Neon White coming out soon as well. Sorry, completely an aside to an aside. Oh no, okay, so it's jumping. They're saying early summer 2022. Okay. Okie dokie Loki's. God, and Stray's next. No, Stray's the week after next. Sunday the 19th. Okay. Oh. So yeah, friends, we're going to be a little inundated with video game news and stuff. So I guess it's not that I'm dragging my heels. It's hard to have a cohesive, all-encompassing comment to say about the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. It is at the same time itself aware of its old selves, commenting on the very nature of being a sequel, of where it could go, the conflicting ideas of concepts, and a very, very, very accurate commentary on big teams sequelizing breakaway hits. Though, if you want a palate cleanser, again, because I did a rewatch of it recently, No Clip's documentary on the making of Transistor is definitely one that will make you happy, because that's the sequel to a breakaway hit that they did good. You know, they didn't bulk up the team to 100 people and then everyone crashed and died. It was carefully handled and slowly unfurled, and I really appreciate that. I will say, friends, as a complete aside to an aside, next week, depending on how things are, we might do Everybody's Gone to the Rapture. Because, 1, homesick. 2, I don't know, we actually haven't done that game, which feels like a massive oversight. But I don't know. Everybody's Gone to the Rapture is not a perfect game, but I appreciate its authenticity and pacing, and creating an environment where something truly otherworldly happens in some way incredibly mundane. Although I guess it's mundane for me because that's not too dissimilar from where I grew up. And there aren't too many places that are set on the south coast of England. I mean, Assassin's Creed Valhalla, but you know my feelings on that. My feelings on Assassin's Creed Valhalla is that the layout and feel of the non-villages in that area is great. But as soon as you get to what are supposed to be these proto-British villages and whatnot, they're so ridiculously idyllic as to be completely infeasible. Oh, Fred, what's the humble choice for this month? Because I've been recommending... Fred, game that won't tax your PC hard, is all text-based, so will not proc vertigo, and is fiscally sensible at $6. Booth, 19.4. So this month is Star Wars Squadrons and Phoenix Point. Interesting. Okay, has anyone played Phoenix Point? Because I'd be very curious. Oh, and the charity is the Trevor Projects. That's lovely. Also, Crying Suns and Next Space Rebels are in there, so yo. Getting Squadrons as part of a humble choice, I think, is a great idea. The multiplayer for it is puddle deep and has the unfortunate longevity of a freshly opened avocado. But the authenticity and the feel of flying around on that game is exceptional. So I do recommend the single player, not at a $60 or $40 price point, but definitely at a humble choice price point. So Fred, it's this isn't like a setup to a diss or anything. Phoenix Point was being used as part of a Twitch promotion a while back, and they never sent me a code. So in my Twitch bounty board, it says that I failed to do a stream of Phoenix Point. But the pisser was that I was all set to, and they never sent me a code. And during a time where I was not particularly flush, I certainly did not have the green to just, spend a whole bunch of cash on it. Oh shit! Here's a weird one, friends. I don't know if anyone's put this in the game news. So I guess things. The Tomorrow Children is going to be getting a relaunch on PS4 and PS5. The Tomorrow Children was a thoroughly interesting and exceedingly bizarre creation from the PlayStation ecosystem. The Tomorrow Children is going to be dropping later this year. Fascinating. Oh, so Fred, when you say you weren't happy with what they did business-wise in general, do you mean Phoenix Point? Because, at the moment, I want to clear out a few of the ongoing games that we're working on, friends, before I commit to anything that I feel is going to be like a long run. Because Phoenix Point for us on the Longship would either be a one-day deconstruct and done, or it'll end up being something that we play for like 6 months. I can't. There's no intermediary for us. Now, Fred, is it likely that it's going to be freed from the Epic Store, do you reckon? Or because it's been out for longer than a year. And Fearless, I actually know some of the peeps working on Tactical Breach Wizards, which worries me now I think about it, because Tactical Breach Wizards has been in development for quite some time. It'll also be interesting because Tactical Breach Wizards was announced before, what was it, XCOM Chimera Squad. But XCOM Chimera Squad absolutely did that short form, like, Breach and Clear. Okay, so Phoenix Point did get a Steam release. Alright. Yeah, Fred, I've not kept up with Phoenix Point, really. I was salty that I got, you know, the equivalent of getting snubbed. So I hadn't really spent too much time in it. I tell you, another one that I'd love to go back with, which I don't know if it would be fun to watch, or if it'll even work as a streaming game, is XCOM Apocalypse. XCOM Apocalypse and Abomination: The Nemesis Project were the two XCOM, I should say XCOM-esque titles that I played the most when I was younger. Which is, you can understand, because, like, a lot of those XCOM titles just did not work. The third-person action game was awful, and what was it? Terrors from the Deep was an absolute feckin' bastard to try and play. The other one I do want to try is the 40k Grey Knights XCOM style title, because I've been told it has some fascinating concepts, but I need to unpack those a whole bunch. Actually, friends, like, what have you all been playing on? Children says Phoenix Point is on Game Pass. So the base game is $60. The Game Pass version. And it's the Game Pass version with the DLC included with the version is $30. Yeah, I was having a little skim on Steam over here if you saw my eyes darting around, and I really didn't understand it. That there seems to be a core game, a season pass of sorts that includes some but not all. The Steam one seems to have about $36 worth of DLC. It's very confusing. Sorry, Fred says it makes total sense once you complete research in the pricing strategy technology tree. Bravo, bravo. Robin's been flitting between Animal Crossing and a bit of Kenshi. Lovely. Well, and Robin, hopefully your game project stuff comes together smoothly. Hopefully it's that just before it all comes together moment. As I'm sure surprising literally no one, I'm playing Sniper Elite 5 and Peglin in my downtime, because I need one that I can just play and kind of feel like I'm doing good but not have to try. And then the other game is Peglin. No, I've been playing so much Sniper 5 that I'm just a bastard. I did get to have a proper, like, a proper point counterpoint with an invading sniper that was lovely. We're in the steel works, and we're trying to work out where each other are. Occasionally you'd see a flash of a glimpse of a scope, and you'd zip over and they'd already be gone. In the end, I managed to lure them into a big long loop around, and they weren't as quick as I am. They tagged me, I was crouched, so I prepared my rifle, popped up, clacked him straight to the eye. But the tension of like the 20 minutes leading up until that one shot really did feel like what they were trying to go for with the invasion mechanics. So I had a lot of fun. I'm still gutted we didn't get to do that on Saturday, but I'm glad we got to go deep into the paint with Sniper 5's multiplayer, because I really feel I understand it better now, you know? Give me some chance. Alright, let's try this one. Fred says, Will, if I pick up Barotrauma, are you in for a session sometime? I mean, short answer, yes. Barotrauma's been in a weird place. Barotrauma's at its most fun when everything's going chaotic. And I've wanted to do a few sessions of it. There was one particular friend who really wanted to play it with us. And so I kept suggesting Saturdays where we could play it like on stream and with everybody, and I'd always get back, oh, I'm busy that day. Oh, I'm busy that day. And now I realise it's been many years. So, I don't know. It's one of those, if we just do a session of it without them, I'm going to get it in the neck. But also, I don't know. Barotrauma is feckin' brilliant. It's just such a gloriously chaotic board game of Carnage. Yeah, I found some Final Fantasy beats. I'm very happy with these. But no, Fred, you should pick up Barotrauma, especially if it's got a decent price. Let me see if anyone's doing a sale on. Oh, Barotrauma, god darn it. Oh yes, there's a huge sale on Steam right now. Friends, Barotrauma is $8 on Steam right now if you want to pick it up. I mean, XD Johnny XP, it's one of those games that's not really designed to be played solo. I often feel like it's kind of poor... It's poor form to put single player on the Steam page for Barotrauma, because, yes, you can play it single player, but you really shouldn't, you know? But we've talked about the whole flavor to taste stuff before. I don't know, maybe there's somebody out there that really enjoys playing Barotrauma solo, and I don't want to take that away from him. But Fred, while we're doing game recommendations back and forth, because somebody else mentioned this earlier, Sock Pop have done a lovely deck building game called Stacklands, which is not too dissimilar from Cultist Simulator, but without the arsehole. Kind of guilt-free Cultist Simulator. Saban says last night they jammed to the Cursed to Golf demo. Kind of toying whether to find the game frustrating or impossible to quit. Learning curve is pretty high. Okay. I'm proud to say I know some of the people working on that, so... One of the things that's been really fascinating since Vampire Survivors dropped on Game Pass is how many people have had a similar opinion of saying, Vampire Survivors is bullshit, it's hard, it's impossible. And I can't stop playing. One friend just got their longest run of, I think, like 12 minutes in the inlaid library. And knowing the path that awaits them as they continue playing makes me so happy. Oh, Sadlin, that's fucking cool. This industry's way too tiny. It's way too tiny.
The real Jared Leto just purchased Humble Book Bundle, Mental Health by Callisto Media for $30 Canadian.
Morb not, lest ye be morbed. Jared's not welcome here. take your fancy fashion and your weird vampire nonsense and get on your fucking bike, Jared. Oh, wow. Sorry, Salem was also saying that from that person they managed to get Wind Waker and a Wavebird controller when they were liquidating their collection before moving to Japan. Lovely. Industry's too freaking tiny. Okay, joking aside, whoever did pick that up, thank you for using the humble link. Like, I don't mean to be pushing it so hard. Obviously, it means that I get to, you know, eat and survive, so I'm very grateful. But it's just, there's a bunch of good stuff on there. And you'll know I wouldn't recommend games that I don't personally love, right? Morb not, lest ye be morbed? Man, bad puns are spreading like vampirism. I do like that someone's done an audio cut on... YouTube that makes it sound as if he literally says, it's Morbin time. God. I know at some point during Christmas I'm going to get wonky donkey drunk and insist we watch Morbius. That might become my new Highlander 2, you know what I'm saying? Oh, lordy, lordy. So I tell you what, friends, I think our banter has come to a nice little close. If you have any thoughts or feels on Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, or if some sparks of genius conversationally come to you, I mean, that's what the Discord is for, friends. I do want to thank you all for coming with on this little journey, because, like I said, I know it's been real quiet today, and that's alright. That's alright. But this is one of those special games, and I needed to see it through, you know what I mean? Like... Sadlin, I did see that, and it made me smile so much that the Morbius re-release only made $300 per cinema. You could hire a cinema for the night for cheaper. I mean, I guess depending on the place. I'm just checking to see who's still kicking live. Oh, of course that doesn't work. God, stop making me watch trailers for this Jurassic Park movie. We all know it's going to be trash. And Salem, you are right. It is in the Sam Neill Hates Kids cinematic universe, so it means we legally have to see it. Doesn't mean we have to like it. I think it's the part in the new Jurassic Park movie where Sam Neill turns directly and dead-eyes the camera without blinking and says, "I guess all along we were the Jurassic Park." I think that's the point where I really turned off from that movie. Alright, I'm unraveling. Alright, so I can give you a choice, dear friend. I can give you a choice. A spot of the Elden Ring, or a spot of 40k Chaos Gate Demon Hunters. That's what I've got available for you on my smorgasbord of streamian things. Oh wow! J-Post and Fred were like, bam! Alright. Okay, so while it is the Yasprid Games account, they are a bunch of Mother Hubbard's responsible for publishing a bunch of games that I feckin' love. It's Jacob, and I hate that I'm blocking on the other industry friendo's name, being lovely. Yes, J-Post. Jacob's an absolute feckin' treasure. So, we'll go over there and hang out with that. Oh, no, we won't. Cancel. Cancel! Stop it. But first, I almost forgot to do credits. Oh boy, you can tell I'm all over the place. You all know I've not been doing well recently. I've been a little bit all over the place. And I'm trying not to play to bang the poor me gong. You know how it is. And the reason why is because no matter how bad shit gets over there and stuff is happening and, you know, people are drifting off into the great ethereal beyond and whatnot, I'm able to come here on the daily and hang out with you lot. It's, like I said, the best feckin' job I've had, and for as long as I'm able to do this, I relish every chance I get, you know? I have been thinking about the whole giant robot analogy a lot recently, and oh boy is it ringing true. So, much like aforementioned giant robot pilots, I am nothing without everybody that puts in their time and their effort and, fucking, let's be honest, actual money, so that I get to stay in this seat and do what I do. And I really hope I do good enough, friends. I really hope so. And to that end, I'd like to thank the following people, but not just in any method. No. In full Adventure Time music. Yeah, welcome to Tonal Whiplash. So to those of you who threw in bits today, bits and donations are what keeps this going, so sincerely thank you. To the League of Spooky Ghosts, to Bacon Avenger and Lizzie Tapau, to Vanderbeest and Down Under Dwarf and Syndrin and Favor Six and Kybal, J-Post! To all of you, thank you. Thank you to everybody who stopped on by. Moderation team being Caffeine, Lizzie Tapau and Rhymes and Moose today. To Megaboss Boar, thank you for following. I hope we get to hang out with you again. And those that subbed were hunted by House Carl. I'd like to thank Wraith, Immortal Allen, Jonathan Pope BT, Lamalot, Violent Television, Indy Kylo, Jim, Straxy Bomb, Wolfie, Dorchus, Secretly Robin, Compliment Cap, XD, Johnny XP, Sinful Delight, Vigo Pros, Sato Full. All of you, thank you kindly. And another shout out to Kindball for gently guiding us through the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. Right, and now, you don't have to go home, but you can stay here. J-Post, thank you for the 100. Right. Go hang out with some Grey Knights, some cool peoples. We'll file this under a big old bag to be continued. What is tomorrow? Oh, tomorrow we're finally back to Hades. I've missed that game something fierce, and I really hope you all got time and inclination to join me. Ah, well, Lyris, sincerely thank you, alright? God. And yeah, tomorrow the announcements are going to start dropping, and then Thursday we're doing a snark along with Dwayne The Rock Johnson, and then we're doing our Devolver Digital watch party. So Thursday's going to be busy. Whee! But Fred, we all love Doosa. Oh my life! Why must you come in here and spread vicious rumours? Alright, friends. I'll see you on Discord. Chat to you tomorrow.